Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another fabulous Monday. A fabulous Monday is what we're calling it. Thank you very much for being here. Maldor, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Steel, you go get your stuff done. It's going to be okay. And Discord with 135 days, that's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you very much for that. Yes, a child. Yep. She's kind of upset right now, but I wasn't... Hey. No. Yep, she's being a little weird, but I didn't want to be late because I know I've got other people playing with me. So, I need to just get this server up and going, and then I gotta wait for Mother to come home to comfort her. Yes. Cutie. Yeah, she's being a little bit of a tyrant right now, but hey, you're okay. So yeah, I'm gonna get this up and rolling so that everybody else can join in. Turn that down. Oh, hey. You're okay. She wants me to get up and walk around, so we're gonna do that. I also noticed that my Amuse is, broken. So it's not even displaying the songs that we have right now, so... Gonna have to turn that off tonight. I think, hey... No. Come here. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to have this up for now, to let things go through. I can kind of talk a little bit here, but I'm probably gonna have to walk out of the room with her here in just a second if she continues to be fussy. Because sometimes she gets into a mood where she doesn't want to stay static, which is, you know, good for her, not so good for me, but that's okay. Oh, how was your guys' weekend, by the way? Anything new and exciting happened for you all? Anything, you know, that you want to report, care to share type of deal? I know for us personally, we had quite a bit of family visit over the weekend, and I believe I just learned that my Pathfinder session, the current campaign that we are doing, is coming to a close either next week or the week after, potentially. So, that's exciting. You know, it's a little bit different for me, at least. And they're going to be jumping straight into doing a Curse of Strahd campaign, so a D&D rule set deal. That'll be kind of interesting. You know, I think that would be really fun to see. Because Tia, a few years ago, tried to run one, and we started one with a group of people, and then the whole group just kind of dissipated after... I don't know. How long did we try? I think we tried for 5, maybe 6 weeks. And the only time that they were even semi-consistent was the first week. So it was just kind of a tragedy, because I thought Tia was doing a really good job with it, personally. I think she really set the tone and the mood and had the mechanics squared away, you know, very well, but... Hey, it's okay. Ooh, there we go. There was a bubble. You're okay. You're around the corner? Are you now? That's concerning, to say the least. Okay. Once I get the baby handed off, we'll actually go over kind of what my plan is today. We're going to be expanding the rail system and adding more factories to that, and starting to move away from the main legacy factory, essentially. We'll keep the factory up because I do think it's really interesting to see and have it just kind of be a showpiece. Hey, let me talk. Okay. We might be pulling all of the, you know, maybe some of the materials and stuff out of it if we can, or we'll just kind of leave it all here, because really, really, it's not that big of a deal to leave it here. It could even be, like, rebooted in case we need it for whatever reason, but... Oh. Man, you got claws. Or you're just pinching really hard today, I don't know. But yeah. Weekend was filled with, how do I describe it? A lot of interesting things that happened. So one funny thing, this chair that I'm in right now, the seat's kind of going out. It's getting more and more uncomfortable, especially for me to sit. But I know that... Hey, I just started talking in earnest there. Do you want more? Hey, no. Do you want more? Are you hungry? Is that it this time? Okay. Oh, she's so tired. Anyway, so this chair I'm in right now, I've had for a long time, actually. I think we're going on about 10 years. 10, maybe 12 years. Maybe 12 years. It's a chair that my dad gave me for Christmas. And I also gave him a chair for Christmas. We basically just traded and exchanged giving each other chairs. So the chair that he has is actually a better quality chair than mine, but the welds underneath his chair that hold the armrests busted. So he was looking at fixing it, maybe getting rid of it and stuff. So I asked him if I could have it instead. And I'm going to be retiring this chair, and this one's going to become Riker's new chair, I believe. And I'll be getting my dad's old chair. I'm going to see if I can fix it up and basically use it for a couple more years is what I'm hoping. So she isn't happy. I'll be tired finding sleep. Yeah, this one's a she. We have 3 girls and 1 boy, and the boy is the oldest one. You guys have seen him on and off a little bit. Everybody likes Riker. The girls haven't really been on all that often. Just not really opportunity. Riker likes to come on and he likes to peek at the camera, show himself on screen sometimes. Huh. Yeah. He does do that sometimes. And we did used to play Minecraft with him every now and again. So that was interesting. When that happened. Hey. You're okay. She just kind of got into a little bit of a hissy mood tonight. I don't know exactly what triggered it, but she's got something going on right now. Nice little family. Yeah, we got quite a few. We know that the oldest 3 are all redheads. We're not so sure if she's going to be a full redhead. She might be kind of more of a auburn. It's kind of hard to tell because she has darker hair kind of at the base of her skull, but then as you go up towards the top of her head, it starts to get just lighter. So she may have a really cool gradient. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't like me talking about your hair? Blonde red? Yep. That's actually what I have right now, though in different lighting it looks a little different. My beard shows it better than my hair does, but when I'm outside, you can actually see the red in my hair in that more natural lighting. There's definitely red in it, but it looks more like a dishwater blonde type of deal, usually when you first look at it. I used to have red hair when I was little, and then it went away, didn't it? Yes, it did, and that's okay. So I just got I got message a little while ago from Mobius. Mobius says he's going to be running a little late. I have no clue what the status of Pistachio or Omen is. They're usually always late, even though we have the same time every time. They're always late, but that's okay. So we'll sit here for a bit. I can't do anything without both my hands. That's why I'm not moving around right now personally, because I have a lot of stuff that I need to use both my hands for. But my goal today is actually pretty simple. There's a few things I'm going to be pulling out of this factory, essentially. We're going to start doing our plastic manufacturing for one. We're going to set up a fairly decently high-rate plastic factory, and make that available to the train network, as well as a couple of other things. I'm debating on taking all of our um, tungsten plates that accidentally got thrown into the train system, and I might need to put those somewhere as a temporary thing, but we'll see. We'll see. Huh. Yeah, because we did a wire color wrong, didn't we? Yes, we did. Yes, we did, and it messed up the whole thing. It was wonderful. But yeah, since I set up the drone swapping, quality swapping, I should say here, I'm pretty comfortable walking away from this and letting this just kind of get the higher quality drones. Thankfully, I was able to keep most of the novice factory not reliant on drones. There's a couple things that use the logistic drones, but thankfully most of it is separate from it, so... Also transiting to train base, yeah. I spent quite a bit of time doing, like, the main bus, and then having trains that just go to ore mines and the occasional factory that would all just come back to the main bus. But after a long time, I decided I kind of was growing tired of that. And when 2.0 hit, I was like, I think I'm just going to switch off of it entirely and just not do main buses anymore, because I kind of like the spaghettified stuff. Then I come to find out, ooh, actually with 2.0, and especially Space Age, the main bus isn't the de facto, the main rule anymore. Which is maybe really like love Factorio all over again, because now it's like, oh, now that's a whole new world, you know, everybody can do pretty much whatever they want, and there's pros and cons to different philosophies, basically. I don't know, I really like it. I really like it. Huh. Do you like it? You don't know what you like yet. But you do have opinions, and that is true. Okay. Oh yes, I've also been playing a lot of Pal World over the weekend with my kids. That's been pretty fun. I've actually been enjoying the hardcore mode for myself as well, because I really like the idea that when you die, you lose everything and have to start over. That really appeals to me, and I actually find Pal World has some quite challenging progression, which I think is fun. The other thing that hardcore does is it also, I believe it slows down your experience gain with it. So I think that's really cool. Do a train bot hybrid setup later on. Ooh, I have done something like that. So I had a system one time where I had trains that would go to places, but then they would offload to some, passive provider chests, and then they would distribute from there. And then requester chests would bring in all the different stuff from the multiple outlets over to the next, to the train load stop. I thought that was quite interesting. That was before 2.0, so it was all the standard drone setup stuff. And what I didn't like about that was how frequently I had to charge the drones, and so I had to have way too many roboports. But now with quality, you could do higher quality drones, and you could do higher quality roboports, which would make it look a lot prettier, I think, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. You like pretty. But yeah, the other thing that I want to do is because this factory right now, I can't take my hand away. This factory right now, because of the multiple different people that had their hands in making it, it ended up becoming a very big spaghetti monster, which is fine because, you know, spaghetti can still work, it runs okay. The issue is now when you want to change anything about it and scale it, it becomes a pain. It becomes difficult. Which is why I had the idea to leave it all behind. To kind of give a nod to everybody else and then transition to other stuff. So what we'll probably do is I'm trying to decide if I want to power it still or if I want to just pull the plug on it entirely. I haven't fully decided yet. Because there is a backup power source here, and if everything here is running just idle, it's a small enough power draw, I don't really care. And we could probably leave the nuclear nuclear plant as is. Oh, you finished it. Nice. That was 4 ounces. All right. Do you feel better? Yeah. Yeah. You feel much better. All right. Come here. You're probably gonna throw up on me in a second. Do I have a burp cloth? Oh, no, I don't. Ooh. I think you might have gave me a gift here in just a second. Oh, okay. There's a little burp. Okay. She'll probably be okay with us here for a couple minutes, but she's gonna want me to get up and move around in just a second. Huh. Huh. And we're gonna have to wipe that face. Back out a little bit there. Oh, you don't like that? Oh, hey. Hey. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Hang in there. Yes, Mother should be coming home pretty much any minute now, depending on how things went over at karate. Huh. Because I believe they're done 7:45, and it's 7:50 right now. So, oh. So yeah, sorry for the slow start here, but this is just kind of what every Monday's gonna have to be at the beginning, unfortunately. Huh. But at least we were here on time. That was very nice. And she's still upset. She was way more upset last Monday. I don't know if you guys remember that at all. She was quite irate last Monday. That was something to behold. But yeah, I think here with the Factorio run that we've been planning, we are now beginning to approach the stages where everybody is now looking at the end game, which is going to the solar system edge. Mobius just has to finish with Aquilo and actually getting Aquilo up to a functional state that allows for some flow of science, at least. We can fix it up later if we need more. But really, if we look... Oh, I guess I'm not clicked on this right now. Really, if we look at it, there's not lots of sciences left to do other than, like... Most of this is the infinite sciences. There's a couple of static ones that we still haven't researched. For one reason or another. Obviously, one of them that we need to do, and this is when Mobius is farther along, we have to get the quantum processors, because that's what's going to actually let us get to the fusion reactor, the railgun stuff, portable fusion reactors, and then finally the system edge. And then the challenge will be having them design a platform that can get them to the system edge. It's going to be an interesting time. Hey, Omen, thank you for the resub. I can't hear anything, so I might have been a little delayed on seeing that, because I can't put my headset on, because someone will chew the cord, won't they? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. She's actually doing pretty good, so I think I can just sit here. We can talk about stuff for a bit. But yeah, the true end game and the end of this particular run, as far as I'm aware, is the solar system edge, and then we'll discuss with them if they want to do anything more with this world, or if they want to start a new run, or like a modded overhaul deal is something else that they could do, because they do have now, there's Crastorio. I believe space exploration got updated now fully for, well, mostly fully for 2.0 stuff. I'm trying to think what else there was. There was a couple other really cool overhaul mods that spawned as a result of Space Age, I think would be pretty interesting, so. I'm sure we can continue working on a project. I want to have it finished before the night is up. There you go. There you go. That'll be a good time. A good time for that. But yeah, while Mobius is working on Aquilo, we are going to spend some time on Novice expanding the train factories here. So, since she's actually being good, let's have a look out here. Let's take off some of this stuff because we don't need all that. So right now we already have part of the train system that I'm planning where we've got our molten liquid transportation. Right now it's using an old design that I used for another run, which operates on single cargo wagons for the liquid trains, and then 2 cargo wagons for the solid trains. Particularly the intermediates will utilize the the double wagon setup. And before, the thought about that was that the molten liquids are able to transport faster to places, and it's easier to kind of squeeze them into places that just need a quick amount of the liquid in. I'm debating on expanding to 2 or getting higher quality liquid wagons. So, we'll see. SpaceX is 2-0, Crass is 2-1. Okay. I see now. I see. Yeah, I think it was Mahalik was mentioning something to me in that vein last week. And there's plenty of other mods that we've done, that we haven't done, I should say, that could be really interesting that I haven't explored and expanded upon. I know there's like Pyanodons is one that I've kind of dabbled in it, but I haven't really sat down and done a full run. But even just the early, I think I spent, oh shoot, maybe 20 hours in a Pyanodons run, and I learned a lot actually just from that one, which was really interesting. I'd like to do Crass 2 SpaceX one, but I'm kind of, yeah, check the SpaceX, because I'd like to do SpaceX with the 2.1 quality of life stuff would be really, really nice. Crastorio is, you know, I've had some people actually ask me to play Crastorio and teach them how to do it, which I thought was kind of funny, because I didn't think Crastorio was that crazy of an overhaul mod. So we'll have to look at that. But I think Crastorio itself, on its own, can really be done in, like, what? I think if you're running it fast, you could probably do it in, like, 40 to 60 hours. If you're taking your time, it'll probably be, like, maybe an 80-hour run if you're unfamiliar with the mechanics of Crastorio. But I like doing Crastorio with SpaceX, because Crastorio offers a lot of utility that is actually helpful in a SpaceX run. So that's what I've done before. Did you fall asleep? Uh-oh. She's asleep. So I'm really stuck now. But yeah, so the general plan right now, and forgive me, I'm using my left hand. It is not my main hand, this is my support hand. But the general plan right now is, since we have these areas cordoned off at this time, we're going to expand within the perimeter wall that we've already set, and we did give ourselves a fair amount of space. I went around looking for choke points, making sure that we did have enough space for what I was planning on. So we've started with this area up here. I do want to come over here and start up some mines, but we're also going to be putting down some factories over in this area. But I think what I want to do is I want to get some... kind of want to expand up here and give myself this area as an option to expand into as well, but I'm pretty flexible. Since this is a train system, we don't have to worry about things too much. We do, however, need to rethink how we do the refueling, because right now there is only one place, one refuel station, and it sits way over here. Right there. All of the trains get their refuel task sent to this particular one. This was done, like, forever ago. So what I want to do is I want to set up a couple of refuel stations around, and I want to have some intermediates that are, you know, sending some rocket fuel to those as refuel points, because I think that'd be good. I'm debating still on switching to nuclear fuel, or if I just stay on the regular rocket fuel. We'll see. You came just in time. She was so angry for the past 30 minutes.
Just being angry and then passed out.
I think, yeah, it would have been about 10 minutes ago she started to just,
just slows down.
She did have a 4-ounce bottle that we started this basically when stream started. I started it, went up, fixed it, came back down with her, and she drank it kind of throughout that time, so she's
been drinking 4 ounces more often.
Yeah, she should be good. She didn't burp a whole lot after.
Okay.
So...
she do that.
Yeah, just be aware of that. There we go. Yeah, she's pretty tired. She was kind of dozing on and off when the girls were up, but then she started getting real fussy. Yeah.
I said, what's the grumpy sleepy? Because she was grumpy on Sunday.
Yeah.
She is
You want your computer still on because you're probably gonna play Pal World
Yeah,
upstairs.
Riker
Yeah.
said he's like, yeah, I want to watch you play Pal.
Okay, but he's done, right? Tonight.
Yeah, he'll be upstairs. When he wants
Okay,
that.
so I'll shut his computer down then. I can. I need to come up and get my water and stuff anyway because she didn't let me. So I'll bring that up. It certainly sits in between Space Age and SpaceX in complexity. Yeah. Well, for me at least, I thought Crash Story 2 was really simple to understand. But it made sense to me. Now, the one that I know is going to break my brain when I do eventually get around to trying it, it's going to be Ultra Cube. Because I saw Dosh do that and I was like, uh-oh. That's one I'm gonna struggle with when I eventually get to that one. Okay, but I'm gonna leave you guys right here for just a second. Let me go get my water, and I need my soda. I need my soda fixed right now, and then we'll be back online here, and we'll actually be starting in earnest with stuff. So, give me just a few minutes. I won't do the be right back stream because this won't take very long. But yeah, and then we can get things rolling. It should only take me like maybe 2-3 minutes, so. Yeah, Ultra Cube, right? Ooh, that's a mind twister. Okie dokie, we're back. Let's turn this back on. Okay. Fun one to watch play it. I know, it's fun to watch, but man, I imagine doing Ultra Cube is such a chore. Hey, get back here. Come down. There we go. Oh, my back. All right. Oh, I forgot to switch the music. Okay. Turn this down just a hair here. As of the 13th. Okay, good. That's a good sign. Yeah, I think it's just always in a beta state until it's, you know, actually finished. I think there's still a lot of stuff they want to do with it. It's an interesting thing. Interesting thing, that. Okay. Dasha's video on what? On SpaceX or Ultra Cube? Because I've watched all of Dasha's videos. Right, let's see. What all do we need right now? I know I was already planning plastic. What else do I want to ship around? I'm thinking it might be worth it to do steel because I was talking to Omen about one of his things, and I went into the math behind the molten versus the solid shipments, and it made sense for the plate. But I believe the iron plate, but the steel plate is denser. So I'm actually debating on whether it's worth it to do solid steel shipments. I think it might be for some things, so we'll see. Ultra Cube? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, I watched his Ultra Cube on it. It was really funny. Very informative, too, I feel like. It's been a while since I've seen it now. I might have to go back and watch it again, actually. Okay, but I have these here. Let me see. So, I know plastic. I think sulfur is easy enough to make on site. Batteries, for sure, we need batteries around for different places. Rocket fuel, but rocket fuel is going to come wherever we do the oil processing. So maybe I should do the oil processing right now. In fact, yeah, let's do that. So my plan is I would ideally like to do oil in the same place that I'm generally doing the molten liquids as well. The reason I want to do that is because I want it to be kind of a centralized area for it. Because really the only thing that's coming in is the oil, and then we can have a bunch of stuff going out from here, right? Okay. But I don't know how big. That's the question. It's scale right now. Let's see. So why don't we go ahead and just place down some stuff. Because I'd be doing advanced processing. Let's see. Let's queue up like 3 of these right here. Actually, let's just do 1, because it should make it a little bit easier. So I want to have... Yeah, we'll go like this. That'll be pretty easy right there. And then we could do a similar... Just like that. Yeah, that's easy enough. Then I'll just copy... Oh. All right. Yes, okay. Because then this would just be... Just like that. Nothing too crazy. And then we can take this. And we can do a horizontal flip right there. Okay. Then that should just be a simple deal to do this. Like that. So how much are we talking? Oh, hi. What's up? Oh, okay. Oh, did you forget your controller? Well, my bad. Okay. So now the question is, how much power do I want this to draw? Because if we were to do beacons and stuff, I guess we could do that. So if I wanted to fit a beacon in here again, what if we did... What if we did this? Ooh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Because what we could do is we could do... Did I bring any efficiency modules from Gleba before we turned it off? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's something we forgot to do. Yeah, because I turned this off until such a time as we can get over towards doing artillery to clean out some stuff. But I was unfortunately not able to get... all it takes is spoilage, though. How can I get spoilage? Oh, I can get it from fish. I can get it from fish. So it said, I lost the spreadsheet I was working with you on. I thought I saved it, but apparently not. You didn't save it? Do you mean this one that we were doing? Just the bare bone one, because you didn't work on it beyond that, right? Yes. I mean, you didn't lose much because this is all like really basic stuff. If you didn't work on it beyond this, you didn't really miss out on a lot of stuff. Just saying. Hello, Pistachio. Nice to see you. Okay. Let me think a little bit here. Did we get... So, well, we got some efficiency modules on here. Some 3s right there. Oh, Swain, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. Ah, very nice. Hey, Swain. Guys, if you haven't watched Swain before, he's not always on, but when he is stellar, he is amazing, he is a wonderful streamer. Make sure you go and check him out. We do enjoy ourselves some Swain. I forgot to mention, but the Phoenix shout out as well earlier. Whenever Phoenix, graces us with a stream, she's a lot of fun too. Whenever she does, just saying. Alright, I'm just gonna move Tim and Omen. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
How's it?
Oh, it's going,
Oh, good, oh, good. Yeah, so, Tim, I invited you to the collab. You didn't want it, did you?
Oh, I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Let me try again. Hold on. Maybe it just didn't work.
Oh, now it says... Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. It
I
like, didn't
understand,
pop up.
honestly.
That's weird.
Don't worry. I understand. Just say
Weird.
no next time.
I don't know. Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
Vaccine streams have
Okay,
been
so we
slacking.
have
You're
lithium
all
production.
good. You're all good. I know you're coming back.
Now I just need to get the prod mods over there so we can squeeze it out, But from what I'm seeing, you only have the prod mod 3s being made with quality. Is that correct?
Over here? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Wasn't sure.
every prod mod is precious. And the reason you don't see very many here is because I've already used them.
Yeah. I was gonna try and squeeze some into my cryo plants because I want to try and maximize the amount of holmium plate that I'm using.
Well, the problem right now is that Gleba is unfortunately shut down. So there isn't a flow of bioflux to keep these nests producing eggs.
Yeah. No, I get that.
If we can get Gleba back working, the only thing Gleba needs, it just needs some artillery to help clean out the pentapods, because the problem right now is that the pentapods stack up too much, and then they swarm these areas in numbers that the Tesla towers can't overcome.
Yeah. 2.1 does dirty on that.
I can't hop on today. Baby girl told me not to get on, and you told me to listen to her.
I didn't lose the spreadsheet, Seto.
Good job.
Is baby girl in the room with you right now, Pistachio? Can she hear me right now?
I don't know if he knows he's not talking to us.
No, I know.
Or maybe he did it on purpose. Oh, okay.
Give me a second. Give me a second. There's something important going on.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I have a singular question that I want to ask, and this is going to be very simple. Why? Because the way that Pistachio said it, you are being painted as a villain, and I would like to hear the reason why before I chew out anybody here. Because Factorio Mondays are very sacred, and Pistachio was not here last Monday. I'm beginning to wonder at the commitment levels going on here. So if I could just, just have a reason as to why today, and of all days, that would be stellar. That would be fantastic to know about. Your mom's in the hospital? Oh no, Swain. I hope it's not bad. Is it illness or injury? Alright, sorry, just... Apparently Pistachio's commitment to the factory is, beginning to wane. Is what I'm seeing here. Yep.
Very disappointed in that.
I am too, I am as well. Which means I might have to go to Fulgora and fix up the nonsense.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, you're probably going to go to Fulgora and fix up the nonsense anyway.
Well, not if Pistachio's going to be here, because I don't want to step on his toes, but if his toes don't exist to be stepped on, then that's a different thing entirely.
Also valid.
I have a week of needs that need to be met first.
Apparently she has a week of needs that need to be met first.
Yeah, what exactly does that mean? I have no clue exactly what that means.
Confused.
That's a rather alarming statement to make, I would say.
A bit.
She's hopping on Discord. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, hey, we
Oh,
invited her one time,
whoa.
and now she thinks she owns the place, huh? This is a whamming free zone over here.
All right. I'll be back, gentlemen. You stay here. Stay safe,
No,
all right?
no. Bring her in here. Bring her in here.
Oh,
I want to hear
okay,
this.
all right. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, she's even on her mobile device. This is gross.
You see, dear Pistachio decided to abandon me for a week in the middle of the ocean
Wait.
and left me with nothing to satisfy any urges or desires left in the wake of his absence.
Hold on. Back up a bit.
Rival, he has
Wait,
refused.
so you're saying this could have all been solved with a vibrator? I'm just saying I would have sent you one so we could have had Chris tonight.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. Hold on a second. You say all I heard about when he said he couldn't get on last week was that he was going on vacation. You mean to tell me he went on vacation without you?
Without you?
Yes, because it was a family reunion, and they decided to go on the singular trip that I cannot go on.
You also hit the ocean.
Yes, and they know that. They knew that. They did not care. They also did not care that it was my child's birthday that trip.
Look, okay?
You chose to go out into the middle of the ocean where I could not follow. And now this is the consequence.
Okay, here's my next question. When did he get back?
He got back like a day ago.
A day ago.
I have not had time to catch up on all of the missed nights that I have been denied.
I see. Well, I would just like to say, if you could relay this to Mr. Pistachio, of course. He's a dumbass, first off, and I'm beginning to question his commitment to the factory, and
going
we'll
to
let him
help
off the skinny this time. You know, because that is fair, that is valid. You know, your needs are valid. If he fails again, then I don't think he's allowed back. I think we're gonna have to fire him.
Yeah.
No.
See, I told you should have chosen me
No.
over the extra family curriculars.
Just,
Familial.
Do you mind, babe, do you mind if I get on Factorio just to get a snapshot of the save?
If I give you 1 hour, can I have the rest of the night?
Because, like, I know, unless you guys are planning on getting on Factorio tomorrow or Wednesday.
I will be at work on Wednesday, but if you want to get a snapshot, you might want to grab it towards the end.
Oh, that won't be happening. Oh, that won't
Later,
be
you guys
happening.
playing.
Yes. Yes.
So
minimum 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
So, depending on how well he can make up for lost time, I might release him early for good behavior.
Okay. I need to give your boy a little
This is
bit of a
sounding like
pep
some
talk,
real, like,
if you wouldn't mind. So
gummy mommy
if we could
stuff right now,
swap
and
for
I'm
a second,
concerned.
just for a second, and then you can come back on the mic. I promise.
Okay. Okay.
Chris, my sweet boy,
Yeah.
my sweet summer child. Can she hear me right now, or is it just you and me? Be honest.
I'm gonna turn off the speaker now.
Okay,
Hold on.
you can turn on the speaker, lean very close. I want you to listen very carefully to my next words.
Okay.
All right, now listen up, Chris. I need you to understand something right now. Right now. You have already missed 1 week. You've missed a singular week of Factorio in something that you were supposed to take care of on Fulgora, and you've not met that yet, have you? You haven't met that.
No.
And now you're telling me you're going to be missing a second time because of your decisions that could have avoided all of this. Am I correct in that? Is this correct?
You are correct.
Okay, I need to understand something. I need you to tell me. I need you to tell me honestly. Can you do that for me? Can you be honest?
I can be honest.
Are you committed to this factory or not?
Yes, I am committed to the factory.
Do you
There was a little-
want to beat
there was a little
the
stutter there.
game?
Yes, I want to beat the game, especially before Tia.
Are you sure about that? Because the way that I'm seeing
Yes.
this, I think you're starting to fall into the tortoise and the hare trap. And my boy, you look like you got a lot of fur on your ass right now.
Okay. All right. It's not. I'm gonna rip off the fur now.
What? Well, no, you're not ripping off fur. You're ripping off
Oh, wait.
clothing. I need you to be very. I need to be very
You're right.
specific about this
Okay.
right now, Chris. I need you to be willing to do anything, and I mean anything. Oh,
Okay,
oh,
anything.
Chris,
Anything.
look at me in the eyes right now. Look me in the eyes right now. Are you looking right now?
at you.
Look me
Hold
in
on,
the
hold
eyes.
on, let me- Hold on.
I need you to do literally anything. If I hear that you denied anything from her tonight, anything that she asks,
Okay.
I'm going to ask her. And then I'm going to have a punishment in mind for the number of times that you uttered the word no. Do you understand me?
Understood.
And if I don't see you back on Factorio next week, at the bare minimum, I will make sure that you have to start completely over, and I will ask her to delete your snapshot of this run.
No, please.
I will not only ask, I will beg, I will implore her. I dare say I would pay her to do it.
No, no. Please, I'll do anything. I'll do it. I will not say no.
All right, get her back on the microphone. You're dismissed, Chris.
Okay. All right, hold on. Here's...
You know, after hearing this conversation, I'm really concerned about who the Dom in Chris's life is.
Well, it's me, obviously, but that's beside the point.
Because, like,
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I
Hello.
do believe he will be much better behaved for you now. Is there anything else that we can do for you? I know He's one of our kind of older, outdated models. If you would like, we can get you a new boyfriend. I'm sure we have like plenty in the factory that we could instead grant you.
Is there not just like some upgrade that I can download and install? That maybe do you have like some spicy varieties?
Sadly, that's a feature that comes with every model that is hard-coded in. We're not actually able to change that at this time. We just don't have the capability. He has a what we call a horny capacitance that can only reach a certain level, and I'm very sorry about that. You are, however, it is within the warranty for you to quote unquote jailbreak the model in order to increase this capacitance.
Yes. I think I may try that method.
Yes, emphasis on the jail, less on the break, unless you're into that.
Yes. Oh yes. Yes, I think I do have some of these tools.
Is he turning red right
here
now?
in my toolbox.
I need full transparency. Is he red right now?
His entire face from ear to ear is brighter than Santa's cheeks.
Excellent. I need you to double that, and then if you can double that, I think he would be allowed to come back on our end at least. I don't know about your end, but he needs to be a little bit brighter in order to come back tonight before I'll allow it.
Alright, well, I'll try not to break him too hard and make it to where he can't sit up, but I make no promises.
The jail, I said, not the break.
But the break sounds so much fun.
It's fun, but you have to start with the jail and then you break.
If I do the jailbreak, once we're in the jail, is there a possibility of me breaking? Because that is also satisfactory for me.
If you ever utter the word satisfactory in the presence of Factorio again, I'm afraid we'll have to stop being friends.
This is the...
However, I do believe... hold on. Let me look through my contract. Yes. Uh-huh.
He can't even look at me right now.
All right.
He can't make eye contact.
According to our company policy, I have but one question I have to ask in order to make sure everything is copacetic, if you will. Would he be in working order by the end of the transaction?
How working meets those standards?
I mean,
like he just needs his arms, right? His arms and his mouth.
For you, yes, we actually require his mind.
And soul. We require his soul.
No, we already have his soul. We don't need that anymore.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
but like he as long as he can move the mouse and click on the keyboard, it doesn't matter anything else besides that and being able to function mentally.
Well, let me go see what his current Fulgora setup is right now.
Like if he can no longer sit, if he must be in a prone position.
Actually, if you could drain the batteries on his brain, like, extremely mentally, we might be able to achieve him not doing the bullshit that I've been witnessing on Fulgora. So actually, I would ask you to run him into the ground and make him just a step away from the graveyard, if you wouldn't mind.
Done. So let it be written, so let it be done.
Let it be done.
I have so many concerns right now.
Don't have a single concern. This isn't your problem. Alright. I would like to thank you for your time, and thank you for clarifying things. I can see now that you were not the villain of the story.
No, if anything, I'm the hero.
An anti-hero, but we'll get into that another time.
Close enough.
Yes, thank you for your time. We don't want to keep you away from your needs, as it were, and we will be, we'll be talking to you later after the transaction has been complete.
Very good, very good.
Chris, blink twice if you're okay.
No, don't blink at all.
No,
if he...
No,
Tim, you killed him! Tim, you killed him!
Oh, darn, I can't see it. Oh, well.
Oh, darn.
Shoot.
Alright, tell your friends goodbye. You can see them later.
Bye, guys!
Goodbye, Chris. He's so dead.
You just said that man to his death.
He is so dead. Omnissiah's will be done exactly. Yes.
The funnier
Let
part
the
is, like, all
binary
three
be
of us, of course,
shown.
have our significant others and stuff like that. And we're just
Make
like,
this whole interaction a video.
yes, more.
No. No, we won't turn into a video. I don't want to embarrass him that hard. This is really good,
I have
though.
concerns, but they're neither here nor there at this point.
Oh no, you just leaned right into it, Moby. You just admit it.
Do you want to talk to peer support? Would that help?
After hearing what I heard happens to Chris, I don't know.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
I'm just imagining this poor guy in like a gimp mask, you know, like
Oh god.
Oh, he'd only be so lucky, wouldn't he? The Gimp mask is what he gets upgraded to.
yeah, for real.
No, that's funny. See, so, and this is just me. I was under the impression that when he said vacation, it was family, like whole family vacation.
I imagined he would be taking his fiance with him on this family vacation.
Right? So
I'm just saying, last time I took a vacation without my wife, it was a long trip home.
I have yet to take a vacation without my wife, so
Smart
I'm
man.
not going to put myself through that.
I'm just saying, like, hopefully we get to see Chris later tonight. I really get the feeling this is gonna be.
We will not.
Yeah, we're not seeing him tonight. He can try again next week.
Yeah.
Did you like him? Like, oh, you guys, unless you guys get on Factorio, like, later this week, is like, I hate to break it to you, this is Factorio Monday, bud.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the only guarantee you get.
Yeah. Any other days, it's a maybe. Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
want to do that actually. There you go.
Big old fat maybe. Alright, so I've got the steel and the rails worked out, figured out.
Okay.
Or the steel for the rails figured out.
I should plug my phone in.
Should you?
Yeah, well, my wife has to call me to go pick her up because she decided she didn't want to find parking when she went down today, so now I have to go pick her up at some point here.
Blink twice if you're okay.
Oh, these are nope, I refuse to blink. Definitely not.
Not okay.
No.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
So you
Nutcracker,
say.
thank you for the raid. Long time no see. How are you? Praise be to Nutty. At jail. Aw, man. Yeah, you chose the wrong time, I'm afraid. The wrong time. Man, that sucks. Well, for those of you that are joining that may not be in an ad break, we'll go ahead and get this kind of out of the way here. Hello, my name is Seto. I do a lot of games, big variety streamer. Primarily, I focus on automation, factory type of games, management type of deals. I also do a lot of survival games and action FPS type of stuff. Tactical FPS is my favorite version. I've also done a lot of real-time strategy. I played semi-competitively when I was growing up, and I dip into that every now and again, so... We tend to do Factorio Mondays and Bellum Fridays, with Wednesdays being kind of up in the air and open with some variety there. If you are interested in that, don't forget to follow. We do enjoy having multiple people here. We also have a YouTube channel with some Factorio beginner level content that we've been trying to push through, and we're hopefully getting back into that some more. But that's about all I got right there. We'll probably reiterate a little bit again here in a bit, but that's me in a nutshell. Good to see you all. Happy to have you here, Nutty. Once again, thank you for the raid, as always. Alright, sorry. I had to do the elevator pitch thing. We're good now.
You are fine, my friend. Alright. So I'm pretty sure I've got the rails under control.
You're pretty sure?
With what we worked on and everything on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I just did like a little test run, and even though it does take a little bit of time for all of them to end up filling up, something we'll have to work on later, they are being produced quite quickly. So
That's good.
You know, especially after you told me to flip the belts and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. I would never steer you wrong. Until I do.
I mean, you haven't yet, so.
Oh, give me time.
Seto, I've known you going on, what, 5 years now?
I'm sorry?
I say people don't typically deceive you in the first year of knowing you. They'll wait for an opportunity.
I'm sitting there thinking it's like, you've had about 5 years, so.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry, I think.
Here's the deceit. He hasn't been my friend this entire time. He's been faking it.
Yeah, see, here's the key part of it. Here's the key part. I've been your friend for that time. That's the problem right now. Started playing Auction. Finally, yes, Nut! Yes! Oh, perfect. I didn't even see that. How are you enjoying it?
Titan.
That's a great game. I love that game. When are you playing Factorio, hmm? Explain that one to me. Hmm? That's the one we really need to see. It's fun but so challenging. Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. I love it. I love it to death. Okay, let's see. I need to do... I didn't think about this as much as I should have, actually.
0.01.
There you go.
4.39 per second.
That's what we should do, because then we do a pomp
Be careful with that.
to each of these.
Trade 2.5, so actually they end up having it. Man, I'm gonna have to read this entire thing here.
So then we're gonna go like
Ugh.
this. Miss anything out of break 4 times apart? No. I just did the elevator pitch. I'll do it again really quick here. Because I gotta get some practice with it anyway. I don't get rated very often, so we gotta take advantage of this for practice, right? So once again, hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Seto. It's very good to meet you. I am a variety of streamer. I used to be a Tarkov streamer. I've now gone variety. I do a lot of automation / management games, primarily with Factorio being the chiefest one among them. I also do a lot of survival and simulation focused games, including tactical first-person shooter stuff, and then a couple of other things in that vein of simulation. But I've been very much into Bellum recently, so we do Bellum Fridays, Factorio Mondays, and Wednesdays are kind of a catch-all variety day that we do different games on those days that people suggest. So, if you're interested in that, don't forget to go ahead and follow us. We also do some YouTube. We've been starting to do some beginner content for Factorio that we're also branching into some other stuff as well. And it's been very exciting, so subscribe on there if you're interested in seeing some more of that later. And yeah, happy to have you here. So there you go. Unfortunately, I don't have a YouTube link command just yet, so that's my bad. I will be getting that up hopefully soon once I start doing videos again, because I've been slacking on the videos with the new baby. Oh, that's another thing. I am a father of 4 children now, 1 boy and 3 girls, and we just had a newborn 2-ish months ago. So yeah, there should be a YouTube link down in the description. There's a YouTube button that should lead over to that. If it doesn't, another thing that I have to get fixed, but I don't have a chat command for the YouTube just yet. I'll probably be doing that tomorrow night, so I'll work on that. It's not like a huge thing, but yeah, we're starting to do that. I'm wanting to get some traction on there, so. But yeah, I have played Oxygen Not Included. I haven't finished the game, even though there's multiple times that I could have, and I just haven't. I really need to sit down and actually do the Temporal Tear, because the fact I don't have that achievement kind of irks me a little bit, so. So that might be something we do this Wednesday. Maybe we'll take a little dip back into that this Wednesday. But for now, we are working on Factorio stuff. So I'm going to do this as my setup. There we go. A nice, gentle spiel there. And then I'll just bring these over. Not that I really need them, but... Well, yes I do, because I need the power for stuff. Could definitely use some tutelage. Oh, and oxygen. Oxygen is not as hard as people think it is. Kind of like Factorio, to be honest with you. It's not as hard as people think it is. Let me see here. Where was I going with this? Okay, well, I need this to be semi-close to the rails over here. Okay, but then we also need to do cracking, and cracking is going to be done over here. But we are going to do something different with cracking. We're going to do the unholy sushi crack. You heard that right, by the way. Sushi crack. It's a thing. So I need to do... Let's see. First off, where's the... Oh, wait. Not you. Duh. These. This is what we do cracking with. So let's just look at this. I just want to make sure we have... There's going to be water and then our cracking liquid at any given point, right? So then we have to do the same thing here. And they go in about the same place. Perfect. Okay. Because I've done this a couple times, we're going to do a new way of doing this. Sushi crack. Mm-hmm. Sushi crack. Mm-hmm. Oh my, yes. Oh my, yes, indeed. It's going to be a great time. Okay, so what I need right now is... We're going to have all these guys. There's going to be one big, beautiful pipe. Beautiful pipe. The best pipe. And then we need to make sure that we have... This is the trickier bit right here. Yes, Maldor. And I'm not going to attempt. We're going to do it because I've done it before. But we're going to make it better. We're going to make it cleaner is the plan. Oh my, yes. Oh my, yes. Let's see here. Because now we can kind of do the input-output swap, so if it'll help a little bit. Hold on. Let's take... this out because I need to do the proper piping, as it were. So we need to do this. In fact, we might as well just do this. Just like that. This is the easy part, just do this, okay? So then we'll have beacons. Of course, we gotta have beacons. We have to have beacons. Yes, yes. Ooh. Oh, yes, beacons. Ooh, my, yes. What's so tricky about sushi crack? Means that the output will contain the fluid to be cracked. So, think about this. So, before I get, like, too deep on this nut, how much do you know about Factorio? Have you played Factorio before? Is, like, the big question here. Because, like, Maldor's explaining the basic concept right there. But when you crack it, typically you have one facility. 0 nodes, okay. So right here, you've got oil processing that has 3 outputs. And just like Maldor was saying, you've got, like, cracking that goes from heavy to light to petroleum. So you get 3 outputs, heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum. You get mostly petroleum, and then you get a good chunk of light oil with... a relative trickle of heavy oil. But what happens is if any one of these gets full, the whole thing stops and you don't get any more. So what people typically do is they have a cracking facility over here. So for example, you would just set up all these guys like this in order to continue to pipe that, essentially. So these guys would take some water in and then the heavy oil. And then you would have your... Oh, I just realized I forgot to do... I need to do the underground pipe here as well. Then we can do this. Okay. Anyway, so as I was saying, you need to be able to balance all of that output that's coming. So the general solution is to do these things that will take some of your heavy oil and at like a slight loss, convert it into light oil. Then you're gonna do the same thing with the light oil when you have too much, and you're gonna convert that into petroleum gas. And again, it's at a slight loss. But the idea with it is that you're able to balance all of your outputs and stuff. The main goal that you want is you want to have enough of each. Well, we're going to just call them all liquids because they're treated as liquids. You want enough of each liquid to be able to do stuff with it, but you don't want so much that then the other two will get completely taken off the radar, right? So you have to balance it. So there's a couple different ways that people go about this. Typically, the most common way is that you circuit control two facilities. So let's say that we have these two different facilities here. And one of these is dedicated to doing the heavy oil bit and turning it into light oil. And then the other one is dedicated to light oil down to petroleum. What we're going to do is take both of these and we're going to combine them into one that we use circuit magic to tell this which one to crack at what time. So this would look like this, where we just take away the recipe, and then we have combinators that tell this, we need this right now, go make it right now. Make that one. So in order to do that, it's more complicated, but it's also more fancy. It's much more fancy. And just generally really cool. So what I have to do now is I have to now copy this here. Very in-depth. Oh my, yes. Oh my, yes. And that's part of the joy of it. So what I'm going to do now is going to take this, and we're going to modify this. This is the central section here. We're just going to do this, because it's not worth it to do the underground pipes that bit. So this is your, like, kind of middle section. And then now you would take this. And there you go. This is what we're going to have. So the beacon will take our modules to increase our speeds and stuff. Because what we want to do is we do want more speed. Hey! Where did that massive party of boys come from there? We must have had an artillery battery go off. What are the puzzles that the liquid should never mix? Exactly, yeah. Well, these are the biters right now. So, our artillery batteries just hit a nest that was forming over here and triggered a massive wave, basically. And apparently we just hit in a bunch of different locations now. None of the other ones are even remotely... Oh, whoa! Uh-oh. That one might break through. That one might break. Ah! They got through! Ooh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I think we gotta go. At least send the Spidertron up there. I think they're gonna make it through, but yeah, we'll send the Spidertron because it should have some... I think it has rockets on it. Yeesh. Oh yeah, I know it's light. That was a defense we did like forever ago. It's fine. It'll work for now. Once we get the train system more robust, we're going to be upgrading the defenses. Because the idea right now is we're going to be ripping up these defenses and then doing new defenses up at these choke points instead. So since we're going to expand it, I don't want to upgrade this anyway because we're going to be moving it anyway. So we're just kind of taking it for what it is. Those don't usually happen very frequently because we have the artillery batteries in place for this. So yeah, those are the biters. Okay, so now back to this. So again, the trick with this puzzle, just like Maldor said, is you have all of this stuff, right? You got all this stuff that's kind of part of the puzzle, and you need to find a way to deal with that puzzle. So we're just gonna do this because I'm only doing one beacon a piece here, but I need to have the beacons like so. And then I'm just going to do this section here. For the end of the line. Right there. Okay. So we'll have this as the central cracking section. And this one we want to have speed modules because we need these guys to go relatively fast. We could do prod modules, to be honest with you, if we really wanted to. But I don't necessarily see a need for that. Then we'll just do the same thing here that we did before. Although... Actually, hold on. Let's cut this. Let's do... that, and then... Oh, I forgot it down here, too. No, there's some... Ah, dang it. That's okay. The whole point of this is that we knock out the little things like this. That's better. Yeah, that'll just look better in the end with that. Tried out. Look at that. Tried to oxygen though. I thought it was because of you. Super fun. Good. Yeah. Well, I'm planning to probably play some oxygen on Wednesday, so we can have a little look at that then. But yeah, you go on and get out of here. You get out of here. I know you got places to be. Have a great night. Good to see you again. Okay, let's see. So then we'll just add this one, just like before. Because we do just one at the tail end here. Like so. Then we can come up here, we can do... like that. Oh yeah, and if you can't, no worries. Nothing bad about that. And then we'll just do our substations. Alright, so the infrastructure for this is not the hard part to set up. The hard part to set up is going to be the in-between. How do we decide what goes in and what comes out type of thing? Then just make sure that our pipes are all connected appropriately. So, with our current setup, we need to see, if I do a regular one, which one is which, right? And just to make things easier, we're going to... I'm going to do this because I want to make sure everything is lined up nicely, and it should be. Because what we should see is like this. Where we want to have water. Water on one side. And then the requisite oil on the other. So like this. Because that means that the pipes will be the same on both sides here. Okay, and since we know water is going to be on this line right here, this will be really easy to hook up to. The only thing that we need is we need a water source. So typically, I would like to be closer to a water source, but we're just going to do a pipeline to bring up water. Because that should be fine. Because a pump does, what again? Is it 1200 per second? It's a pretty high number. Yeah, 1200 per second. That's easy. So we're just gonna bring in water from down here, run a short little pipeline that comes up, so that we don't have to worry about that too much. So that means that we are actually going to be inputting around here. Okay, so this will be the section that will bring the input oil in, and then we're gonna have our output oil up here. Which means that we've got a section up here to actually decide all the stuff that's going on. So, we're going to separate this all very simply. We're gonna do this. And then we're going to just connect. Oh, I thought that would connect a little better than that. Oh, there we go. A little bit of symmetry with that one. Okay. Oh, and then we'll just stick with efficiency mod 2s. Normally I would do like prod mods, but right now we're kind of focusing on the speed of things here because it's very important for us to have these things go fast right now. So, efficiency mods to offset the power cost. That's all well and good. Now, we've got our sections. The main oil processing and then our cracking. Now we need to decide things. And the way that I like to do that is I like to take a green wire and I read every one of these. It's a little bit messy on the wires, but the idea is that I'm going to be able to read everything over here and have a lot more fine-tuned control over stuff. What I also like to do is I like to have a tank for each liquid type. So we'll just kind of separate these out right here. And I need this because there's an edge case that can happen sometimes where you've got your pump, right? Where you're bringing the liquids in. And then you're going to have a time where when you're bringing these said liquids out, because you have to be able to put in and you have to take out of here when you no longer need this input liquid, right? Well, you also have to do the same thing up here with this thing. Obviously not that way. That's kind of silly what I did there. Okay. We have to be able to... Well, actually, mostly we're just outputting two different ways. This should always be an output, I should say. So really, we need this one. And we actually need to give a little bit of space between them so that we don't have liquids flowing in here. Because you're going to have your input pipes. You can have them up close if you're going to have the underground pipes, but we'll do this just to kind of give some visual differences here. So we have to make decisions on when do we actually turn these guys on, right? And we're going to do just some simple wire coming down. Like so. And then, since we're controlling up here, we'll just have the crossover be like this. Okay. We have all this together, and then we'll have this one that's going to be inputting the different liquids. So, something that we can do is we could do a pump for each liquid type, which is going to be what we have to do, mainly because we don't want to cross-contaminate anything. But I want to save a little bit of space, so we'll be doing this. But, when we're pumping out the liquids, this one is actually going to be hooked up to these two with their own pumps as well. So, this isn't the final way it's going to look, but imagine, if you will, something like this. Where each of these has their own filter. So we'd filter one, for example, will be for light oil, and then one is going to be filtered for heavy oil. And then this one will have its filter set automatically to be the opposite of what's actually being cracked, okay? And then we'll have these ones turn on and off depending on a few factors as well. Then what we have to do is we have to have pumps for each of these as well. And then we'll also have pumps on this side coming in. So right now we've got heavy oil is on the inside here, and we've got light oil in the center. Which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll roll with that. So we've got petroleum right here, light oil will come up here, and then we've got heavy oil all the way over here. The actual location of these things doesn't matter that much, by the way. What does matter, though, is how we come up here into these lines. Oh my goodness. Omen, I'm in the middle of, like, deep sushi talk right now, and you want to talk spreadsheets? I'm game, tell me. Hit me.
Oh, you love it. Alright, so... I know you physically can't see it, but me explaining this out might help you out a little bit.
Just share
so
your
for the
screen. Just go ahead and share your screen. It'll be fine.
That'll be work. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you don't have to describe it. You can just show me what you got. Yeah, And then hold on, let me pull it over here. Okay. So I've got Factorio up. Are you meaning to show the spreadsheet right now?
Well, no, but you already know what's on our spreadsheet. So
I do, yes.
According to our spreadsheet, I needed 4.39 prod mods. I guess the way we did everything it was 4.39 prod mods. So I took my original design, which was down here, and I'm redoing the design.
Nope. Okay.
So, I have this set up right now. It would craft 1 prod mod per second, and it says I need 3.33 red chips and green chips. Well, the red chips only crafted at 2.5 seconds, which is one of the things you pointed out to me. So now I got it crafting 2.
Sure.
These craft at 30 a second. So that should be able to be enough to feed all 3, correct?
Well, okay, so hover over your green first.
Mm-hmm.
So it says 30 flat. So now hover over your prod. So that's 3.3. Now hover over your red. 3.3. So you're looking at 9.99. So yes, this is going to consume a third, essentially a third of what the green is going to output at this time.
Okay. And it says I need 4.39 in order to keep everything satisfied. Doesn't mean I would need to do another one of these, but at least this setup up here I would need to at least do.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you know that these machines will outfeed that, and you know that basically, essentially, your green chips can satisfy 3 of those machines in their current setup at this time.
Correct. So then, if I did another one of these, it would be times 2. So instead of, I'm trying to base everything off the spreadsheet from the basics what we did with the spreadsheet. So
okay.
So
and I can't see the spreadsheet in case you're thinking that it's showing me.
Well, it's yeah, I know I can't. Cause I'm streaming Factorio specifically. So
Okay.
if I did it by times 2, that would go up to 19.98, which this would still be able to satisfy.
Mm-hmm.
9.99 times 3 would be 29 points. So this one machine here could satisfy 3 sets of this because it would be 29.97.
That is correct, yes.
And then I need 4.39, so if I had 2 of these machines, it'd be able to set up for 4.
Easily, yes.
With plenty of green left over. Okay. And then I'm going to get to working on this monstrosity.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, so this right over here, from what we worked on, should be A-okay, ready to rumble. I tested it out a little bit, and it did fine. It took it a little while in order to get finally over here, to get, like, plenty of rails over here. But that's going to be a circuit control that you can work on.
Well, and again, that's the problem with a manifold system in Factorio, because the speed at which things are being transported, and the fact that you don't always have a constant flow, because you don't have a constant guaranteed infinite output, you have finite flows that can cause delays and all that. It's better to circuit control that manifold so that it balances properly rather than just letting it self-balance. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because like I said,
now I just want to get the main... Sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Because right now, I just want to get like the mainstays, everything set. Like this is set. I'm working on this to get this set, and then I'll eventually get this set.
Right.
And then I can go back and do circuit control and figure that out.
Yeah, because the whole point of the circuit control, it's just something that helps you make sure that all the machines are running. So you would want to have it set where instead of it just doing the half and half and half, it actually reads what's down the belt, and when there's enough, it then switches the priority of the output to go farther down the line, and then once everything is fine, everything will then eventually trickle back, going from the back to the front. which I can describe that later when you're ready to get to that step. But what you're going to do is you're going to circuit control the first bit, and then once you have that buffer for each of the machines just to get them running constantly, that is where you would then have it flip the splitter output priority. And then when it reaches the end and everything is fine, what it's going to do, it's going to start to fill up, starting at the back, and then moving up front, because what that does is it adds more at the back, and then when you need something, you've already got a flow coming in that it switches it to the front one, and it has priority on all of it, basically, but it makes sure that everything is filled before it starts to have a backup. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you gotta finish off your prod mods, which looks like you're almost done with that, and then you gotta tackle your electric furnace stuff. So, do you have any questions? Was there a specific question regarding the spreadsheet that you had? Because you mentioned you had a question, but...
Well, yeah, so when I was going off, because I'm still going off just like the basics of what we did on Friday.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, like the 4.39, that wasn't with how tired I was, and this is nothing on your math, it's on my own. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misleading myself in the build.
No, and see, that's the thing is, you can always double check that, right? So hover over your prod mod again there, the machine that's making it. If that tells you it's outputting 1 per second, that is what it's outputting.
Okay.
Because if it did have like a point something or other, then it would. But if you require that point something, you can adjust the speed to get it fine-tuned and exact, or you just know, hey, I'm making 1 per second with this stuff, and I need essentially 4.5 if you round it up a bit. So just make 5 of them, and then you have a little bit extra, which is, fine, because prod mods technically will usually take a while to make anyway. Right. And then that way you've got the extra production capacity in case you do have a lack of material. It can then catch back up to itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, which we already confirmed with you helping me out that 2 of these machines can run 4 easily, so having a 5th one in the setup won't hurt nothing.
Wait, 2 of which machines?
The green crate. Green circuit.
Oh yeah, easily. Well, in fact, you need to, because the 1 will only handle the 3. So getting the 2 gives you the ability to do 6 if you really wanted to, but you don't need 6. So you want to get it as close to that target number as you can, but if you're going to err on one side, err on the side of slightly overproducing, only because that overproduction is better than underproduction.
Right, with 3 sets of these 3, it was at 2.97, which is 0.03 more than or less than what these are creating. But by having 2 of these green circuit machines and only running 5 of these setups, it'll be plenty.
Yes, exactly.
And like I said, then I'll come over here and deal with this. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So you're all good. You can carry on with it now.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure I was in the right path and I didn't mess my brain and my math up.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, you're on the right track. So we can really test it when you have it all together and see it. We can see it run and see if you did the math right, too. Does that make sense?
Yep. Trial and error.
But the math reduces the amount of trials that you have to do. That's the key bit.
Yes, that much I understand. I'm going into this with a much more or less tired brain than Friday, so
that's good. That's good to have there.
That one point is like right there at the end. I know I dozed off on you, and I did not mean to. I was just so flatlined.
Hey, E-Gamer, yes, the factory must grow. You are correct. Welcome. How are you doing?
I think it's time for me to go.
Oh, yeah. Well, now you can come at it and tackle it with a fresh mindset, so to speak.
Yep. Alright, so then this means I can really just take...
So I'm going to head back to doing my sushi cracking madness over here, so I'm going to deafen up again. But really quick, Tim, is there anything that you need right now, or are you just kind of plugging away?
I'm just plugging away right now.
Oh, he is back!
Yeah.
Yep, he is back.
Alright, is there anything...
Yeah, no, I'm just plugging away. I'm working on getting, because I need whatchamacallits, the solid fuels to make the next part of my recipe. So I'm just working on getting that going. For the fluoroketone.
Ooh,
So,
yes. You're reaching an exciting
we're-
time. Oh boy.
We're right around the corner. I did learn, I'm very sad about this, that you cannot just throw ice into the ocean.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I
Vulcanus
was like,
ruined you on
"Oh,
that one.
maybe." Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe this will work, and then it didn't. I was like, well,
No.
that didn't work.
Yeah, see that's kind of a pain because again, Vulcanus teaches you that and makes you think that's something that you're just going to be able to do, only to then find out, oh wait, that's not how it works everywhere else. No.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get everything piped up to, get production going here.
Awesome. Okay, well, let me know if you guys need anything else or if you're finishing something and ready for the next stage. I'm going to be deafened up and slipping into madness as always, so I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Doing great. I'm happy to hear that. E-Gamer. Do you play a lot of Factorio yourself? Are you a big Factorio nerd? Or are you brand new? Ooh, are you brand new? We love to see new people around here. Always a good time. Okay, let me just make sure I have all my stuff set up over here. Okay, then we can get back into this. Alright, so we are doing circuit stuff again. So, like I had mentioned before, we've got the main cracking area over here, and it's all going to come up and feed into this, this area. Newbies, great. This might be a little confusing. I'm going to be doing combinator stuff. If you haven't done some of the combinators, I apologize. This might get a little crazy, but strap in because it'll be worth it. So, we've got all of our oil over here, like I said, that we're going to worry about the actual liquid hookups down here and all that later. New to Factorio. Ooh! Welcome. Welcome to Factorio, E-Gamer. I just want you to know, it's going to be a fantastic ride that you're strapped in for. A fantastic ride. You're going to enjoy it. We're all going to enjoy it. You're going to have a great time. Unless you don't. I mean, you might not. Most people do, though. But if you start this and you get to oil, a lot of people get stumped on oil cracking. So this might be good for you to see right now, because for some reason oil management is something that kind of stumps a few people when they first start, and I've known a few people that they just stop playing purely because of oil. Don't be afraid of oil when you get to it. It is worth learning. I just want to point that out right now. Okay, so let's get over to what we're talking about right now. So I'm going to do a pump at these bits right here. The heavy oil, which is on the inside line here, and the light oil on the middle line. It's the fluid handling. It's true, but you deal with fluid handling the second that you get to the oil. Love the game you're making. Ooh, you're going the main bus route. Fantastic. Good stuff. That'll be exciting. Cannot wait. Let's see. I want to go... I'm trying to decide how I'd like to do that. Let me just switch to the next. Yeah, there we go. Something a little bit happier. I'm thinking... Let's do this. I think visually speaking, if we have the pumps right here that then lead up into these ones, that'll be good. So then I want to do here. And then I'll have to go like this. Okay. There we go. Okie dokie. So what I like to do, this is just something I like to have, is where when I am cracking, I want to pull from this whole system. This saves me having to come up to the actual tanks themselves, usually. Oh, except I have the... Do I need the pumps? No, I don't need the pumps here. That also saves me on the substation, so I'm gonna nix the pumps and just have these guys be attached to the whole thing in general. That'll be fine. Cracktorio. Exactly, Mike. Exactly. And just so you know, E-Gamer, the other people I've talked to are over here on the purple app. and you're over on the red app. So if you're wondering what people are saying, I'm going to try to keep that in line as much as possible. But I'm hoping that you can see the chat when they do say something. But if you ever want to go back and look at the chat log, you go check over the purple app, and vice versa with you guys on the purple app going over to the red app. So, just saying. Okay, so, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So, we've already decided that we're not doing this. I hate seeing the reel with the ghost right now. So each of these will now just be connected in general. We'll let that go around. Purple app, it's Twitch. It's Twitch. You know, because YouTube is red, Twitch is purple. But yeah, you should be able to see the chat down here for a brief time. And on which app, you know, well, obviously you should know which app that you're on, but... Does something with you smell different when you're awake? Ugh. Easy now, Mike. That's crazy. Okay. Anyway, back to what we were saying over here. So we need to have a control system for our overly complicated and definitely not super efficient way of cracking. So, how are we going to achieve this? We have to have a couple of things in mind as we do this. For starters, we need to make sure that we're properly powering all these pumps, which luckily we can do a substation right there that provides a beautiful amount of power to all this stuff. We already know where we want our light oil and our heavy oil to go, and then these are going to pump out back into these systems. Fortunately, because of how we're doing these things, we can actually have these guys pump directly into their respective things. So we're going to do like here, where I'm just going to pull this out a little bit, and then I'm going to do another one here, like so. The reason that we want to do this instead of what I would normally think to do as a gut reaction is we need to make sure that we are separating everything beautifully. We want to keep everything nice and separate. Oh, eGamer, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, we have it on both of these right now because they're our most popular apps that we tend to be on. Now, what was I saying? Okay, right. So what this does, this just gives us a couple layers of separation. And what I can do is I can actually allow this to have excess in it as a little bit of a buffer for all these, which we shouldn't need to have too much, which is why we do the single tank with it. These pumps probably aren't necessary, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, now I'm trying to decide if they are necessary. I don't think they are. You know what? We're gonna nix those pumps now. And then we're just gonna come up and just do like a... like that. Alright, just to simplify it a little bit more, right? So, all of that done, now we have to actually make decisions on this stuff, right? So primarily what we have to do here is we have to decide what turns on and what turns off at the times that we need. So, right here, because these guys are going to be hooking up with these as well, we could actually simplify our redistribution angle here. And we could even go so far as to cut this. Like so. In fact, thinking about this now, I actually only need one pump. Yeah, we only need one pump, because what we need to do is we need to make sure that we're purging out this system and sending it to where it needs to go. So what I've done before is I had a separate system. We're going to actually use the system that's outputting as part of our extraction for the other fluid here. And that's going to make sense in a little bit, I promise. It's going to make sense. So, simply what needs to happen is we have to make decisions, right? So, number one, and chiefly, oh, I forgot to do... Let's take that away. Where's my decider combinators? Those should be right there. Okay. So, number one deal that we need to do is we have to make decisions. And essentially we have, before we had to do a decider combinator for every decision, we can actually do something interesting. Our decider combinators now have the option to do else outputs, right? So what I want to do here is I want to see if we can take advantage of that. So what I want to do is I need to make a decision based on what we have over here. So I need to carry a wire over. So we're going to be using this power line, which should bring in some power, but it will also carry the signal from those tanks over here to where we're going to actually read the amount of stuff that we have. And then we'll make that decision. So right now what I want to do is we need to make the decision for outputting the recipe for cracking. And there's a couple different ways to do that recipe signal. I think typically the easiest one to understand is just to do this, but you can also output the actual material and it will also do that. So we're going to make it nice and simple. So we'll start with heavy oil to light oil cracking. And we're going to do an AND condition because we need to make sure that there's a couple parameters met here. So we need to have a little bit of heavy oil around, right? So I need to make sure we have at least some. So what I am going to do, because we've added in all these tanks, every 2 tanks is 1 train. Okay? Basically speaking, every 2 tanks is 1 train. So you look at this, we have enough for 4 trains each. I want to make sure that we have at least enough for 1 train. So as long as heavy oil is greater than 50,000. And I want to do greater than, not greater than or equal to, because it needs to allow there to be at least 1 train there. When there's not enough to fill a train, we want to make sure that we're not doing that, typically. Then we also want to check the light oil, and we want to turn this on when light oil has actually fallen below 50,000. So the way that we're doing our balancing here, this is just a simplistic one, is we are balancing around a singular train amount. What we could do is we could actually up this one to 100,000. And then we could do something similar here, but then we'll just switch it to light oil and then petroleum and this one. Okay. So when it comes to the else outputs, this is where it gets a little tricky. So this is how I would typically do it to decide which one gets turned on, which one isn't on. So when these signals are coming through here, and we'll be carrying these signals on the red wire going across. So this would send the signal for which one do we want on. Subsequently with that, we then also want to use that signal to determine these and what's on for these ones, right? So here's where I'm thinking we can use the else statement. So we can come over here and then we can pretty much say if the heavy oil to light oil is on, we're then going to turn on one filter, and if it's not on, we turn on a different filter. Because technically there should only ever be 2 fluids in this section right here, right? The other thing that I have to remember now, come to think of it, is I have to add a petroleum to this little doohickey. I forgot about that. It's a good thing I remembered, though. And then we can just do... There we go. That would have been really, embarrassing if that happened. There we go. Never considered circuiting my pipes. Oh, you're going to consider it after this. So, something that we can do here is, because we're going to use an else condition, so if this is true, right here, we can then have these ones turn on with different things, right? So if this is true, this is the one that's going to decide what's going to be pumped out. If that's true, I want to make sure I'm getting rid of light oil in the system, right? But if it's not true, then I want to put in the heavy oil. You would think, right? Except there's another problem. And this is where I have a problem with the else conditions, or the else outputs. So this is just a binary. We're going to have one liquid or the other turn on or off, right? Where we're going to output like this signal here over to this. And I think this works for right here. But so on to set filter. And then we enable this. Okay, so this just sets the filter to which one it should be. But then we can have another decider for stuff here. Okay, so this is where we're going to use the else condition to handle those two things. But then we want to have something else as well. Just realized your screen is doing drunk computer things. Is it? Like what? What's my screen doing right now? Is there something bad happening? I hope not. I certainly hope not. Okay, I'm trying to do something right now. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Hold on a second. He might be referring to the blueprinting. Maybe. It could be the blueprinting. Could be. Okay, so what I want to do is I'll do another decider combinator here. Using this. Okay, so what I want to do here now is... This is going to be determined based on the recipe signal coming in. So it's going to be this or this. Then I want to output 1. I guess of anything? I think anything works. Yeah. Yeah, anything should work. Then, if neither of these are turning on, meaning that we don't need the cracking, that's where we're then going to have this, which is just going to be the red signal to turn off, I believe. Okay, so then we come over here. Because these ones should turn on only with these. I forget what I need this one for. It's got to be something. It's got to be something. Very nice face, E-Gamer. Very nice. I love it. Love that a lot. So this one we enable. And this one we're going to do... Let's see. Which one's which again? So lower one is heavy oil. So we're going to enable this one if the heavy oil cracking equals 1. And then this one is if the light oil cracking equals 1. Beautiful. Number of horizontal lines across the screen that are blurry and wavy that wiggle. They're quite thin. The one I saw at the time mentioned was at the height of engineer's knee. You mean on the blueprints? That's just what the blueprints do. It's the blueprints. I guarantee you it's the blueprints. It's not drunk, it's holographic. I might not need this one now I'm thinking about it. I might be getting too deep in the weeds here. Never notice it? The more that you look, the better it gets. So this then activates this stuff. This one is then going to... This one enables on a certain condition and then sets filters. So, okay, this is the one. We need to do... If any of these pass by, it will allow that through. But it's already doing that. Actually, hold on. Let me rethink this, because these are doing what they need to do, because these ones will just automatically turn off because we have the enable on, right? So this is the one that we have to turn this on. This has to have filters on those conditions, but then it also has to have an enable. I got it. Watch this. Watch this. You know what we can do? We can read the pipes now. So read the pipeline contents. And then we can just say if there's anything in this pipe that is greater than 0, we'll then just turn on a green signal. Yes. But then we want to see... Okay, so if anything on the green signal is greater than 0, and everything on the red signal is equal to 0, that's when we then turn this on. Because what should happen is these only kick on when we need, like, certain things. When nothing is needed, we then clean the pipes to be ready to go to anything here. How are you placing ghost blocks? Not a stupid question at all. So typically, when you want to put stuff down, you'll have it in your inventory, and instead of typically place it, hold down Shift, you'll see that ghost, and you can put down the ghost. If you don't have it in your inventory, like this, you can instead tap M for your map, tap E for a ghost cursor on anything that you want. And like, so for example, I don't have these guys on me. And then you can just hit Shift, or you don't even have to hit Shift here, because you're on the map. And now you can place those down. And as long as you don't have your RoboPort turned on, which early game you won't have a RoboPort anyway, you can then map out stuff. So say, for example, you wanted to do a furnace stack with your stone furnaces, you could sit here and make a little copy-paste like this, and then do some power lines. You get your yellow inserters for input and output like this, and then you'd have your yellow belt like so. Then you can copy this, and then you can copy that. Oh, this is another cool thing. You can copy that, and then you can do H for a horizontal flip. And now you've got yourself a furnace stack if you were to do a half belt of ore and a half belt of fuel, basically. But then you can take this with Control X to cut, and you could actually space that and then copy that line and do that. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with like copy, paste, and cut and paste. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so now we've got that, let's come back up here to what we were doing. And I completely spaced that we'd done that. Okay, so what we're doing here is we want to do a red signal. So this sets the filter. And we'll just do a red wire right there. So this is just going to enable if the red signal, we'll say equals 1. Because what red means that there's something in there and this wants to try to pull it out. And then what it's going to do is it's going to have the filter set to do all that stuff. And then we'll turn off the pump when we don't need it anymore, essentially. We won't know if this is going to work until we actually fully turn it on, but this should be just fine. Now, the one problem with this setup right now is that this doesn't have an SR latch deal going on right now, which is usually another thing that I'd like to do. So, if I wanted to do an SR latch, there's a couple different ways to do it, because sometimes this can oscillate a little bit, depending on what you need. Yeah, we should do this. So, since this is for the light oil, we should SR latch that. Let's see. Okay, so to do that, we have to turn these into kind of memory cells on themselves, which is going to be a little bit tricky, unfortunately, because of how we chose to do our wires here. So what I could do is I could switch one of these wires. So I'm going to switch the green on this side. We're going to turn these into red ones instead. Which is going to be a little bit of a pain, but it'll be worth it. So I'll just go to M. Okay, then I'll just do this. That did not work how I thought it would. There we go. And then we can just do our red wires across. So I'll show you why this is important in just a minute. So we've got red wires for coming in over here on this side, and then red wires going out. This now makes it so that we can do a green wire attached to each of these, because each of these is going to remember something. So we're going to have basically a green on the green wire going out. And I might have to actually place this to get it to separate. And then probably do this, and then give it something else there. Why does it say the network is not relevant? It should be relevant. Because these ones should only be on red, this one should be green. So I'm not quite sure why that's telling me it's not relevant on that end. Is it relevant now? Oh, that's only for the... Oh, okay, okay. That's a little bit annoying. Anyway, green should be fine. Green should be fine. Because green as a signal won't matter anywhere else out here. We should be okay to do that. Number select, you can't put a number on the wire. Hmm? What do you mean? I'm not following the relevance of that just yet. Anyway, so what we need to do here is I have to do, let's see. Hold on a second. How do you do the SR latch new now? I forget. I forget. I swear I had it in my mind. How do you do it normally? Because I'm doing something kind of unique and weird here right now. Can't put a raw number in the wire because the number is not a signal. Number has to be attached to a signal. Yeah, I know that. I wasn't trying to put in a raw number. Oh, here we go. There's a SR latch. Let's see. There's an example one. Let me see here. Okay, because I need to do like reset conditions. So let me put this aside. See if I can recreate this, because I need like some OR conditions, right? Okay, so hold on. So I have like, this is one where I need to have let's see, because I have to have something grouped and probably have this maybe like this. Because then I need to have something. In fact, let's do try check mark. Let's see here. Because what I want to do is I want the check mark to turn on when some conditions are met, right? But then I want it to break. So check mark. As long as the check mark is greater than 0, this is where the AND stuff is going to come in. So this is the stuff that like hits, and then when the conditions in here break, that's what we want, right? So this is the trigger set. Which means I have to do this. Which I'd want to turn this off when light oil has met the condition, right? So I want to get light oil up to 150. 150,000, I think, is good. So this should be fine. Actually, I think this is what I want right here. Because as long as this is true, this will output that green check mark, and this will remain intact. And then once the check mark goes, this is good. I think. Oh, I would need another one for the heavy oil, actually. So, heavy oil, I need to make sure that heavy oil doesn't break below too much. Well, we could do... We'll say 25,000, because that means that we're getting too low on the heavy oil. Greater than 25,000. Yes. That should be what I want. I'm pretty sure there. The set reset has 3 decided base. I don't know if there's a smaller one offhand. This one should be a set reset right here. Finally feels we're so tired. Oh man, good on you. Get some games in, Steel. You need to get some games. Go have fun. Forget work, man. Work's lame. You gotta start having fun. Alright, this should work now. Okay, so basically how this is going to work is we have our set condition, which is going to be that we have enough heavy oil, but we don't have enough of the light oil that we're looking for, right? This triggers, this will then fire off here. This is going to check. Do we have less than 150,000? That's our target, right? Do we have greater than 25,000? That's the limit of heavy oil. And is the green check mark still on? This is pretty much just to keep this thing alive. Once we hit this and any of this breaks, the green check mark goes away and resets the signal. So, Mr. Power, I've learned things to make my OP pals even stronger. Good. Very good. I like to hear that. Okay, so this should now be good over here. And obviously we won't know fully until this is in production, so to speak. But now we have to do the same thing here with light oil, okay? And we'll just kind of port over the same values here. Except now we have to take off the green signal. Well, the green check mark. We have to choose something else for this. So, what I want to do is I want to make it into... Let's do a heart signal. Arbitrarily, we're going to do a heart signal. And then this should be that one. So now we come over here. And then this one is only relative to those ones. From the big boss of hell himself. Alright, because now what we've done is we chose 2 signals that have no bearing whatsoever on any of the functions outside of here, and are only specific to each of these. This should work. This should work. Okay. Now, we just have to come over to these, and we have to set recipe. That should be the only thing that we have to do is the set recipe. And then just to make sure the orientation is still good here, we'll come over here and set recipe. Oh wait. Yeah, set recipe. Okay, there it goes. Well, now I'm not sure if it worked. Here, let me just set a recipe right now. Because it's gotta be... I just have to make sure that this is all the same. So then we'll do this one, set recipe. Set recipe, okay. Wasn't sure if the water lines were gonna be the same. So that should all be good now. Hey, Shadow, how's it going? Okay. So we have our set resets there. This one is just a binary switch. It's either this one or it's that one. Those are the only two fluids that should be in here at any given time, right? And then this one, the whole purpose of this is just to pump out anything that's in here constantly, and then get it into one of these ones that's going into the actual area that it needs to go to. So you have to use breed a certain pallet, patrol the offspring until I get 200 resource. Oh, yeah, that's not cruel or anything. As at least the ender mode make leave effectively, they turned it in and it imploded. It imploded. I'm sorry, man. Steal lots of new stuff. Ooh, new stuff. That's crazy. Okay. I don't have everything. Let's go ahead. I'm going to start placing everything down. And then see what we've got missing that we need to go and get. I think we got most of it, though. Ooh. I definitely don't have enough of the oil refinery, so we're definitely going to have to beef up that and the pipes. There's a lot of pipes that we're going to need here. Okay, so it looks like I'm missing pipes and some refinery stuff, so I'm going to turn this one off. We're going to do a specific one. So we get... how many is this saying? Oh, a lot. Alright. We'll play it safe. We'll do, like, 500 regular pipe. Let's go with 300 underground, because I do have a lot of underground pipe that's going to be needed there. We'll also grab ourselves some more oil refineries. I don't remember how many we need. We'll say, like, 50. And then we'll also get some more chemical plants. I'll just say 20. I think we only need a few. Nothing too crazy. Oh, and then we'll need to grab some more speed modules. Hopefully we've got some. And then if... we'll probably need some more of these, too. Alright, start with that. We'll go about right there. Try to make it easier for them to supply us. And let's get rid of that junk there. Okay. Call it good. But the final boss problem is I don't make things for my character because I focus on pals. In terms of dev survive before my pals kill it. It's not been going well. Oh, man. Was streaming with my friend last night. Forgot I had a mod still on when my other friend and you played. Oh, really? Oh, I must have missed it. I'm sorry I missed that, Shadow. You must have been on pretty late. I thought, oh, I did go to bed early tonight. Maybe, not tonight, last night. Maybe that's why I missed it. The World Tree boss. Oh boy, that's exciting. That's good stuff. Oh man. We've gone too deep. Steak too juicy. Steak too juicy. Alright. Whew. 6 p.m., 5 or 6. Well, that's your time. I don't know what time that would be for me. I forget what time you're usually on for me. I'm usually lurking, if nothing else, but my streak's gone now if I missed last night. Unfortunately. That's okay. I'll get it back. Holy trains? Oh yes, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the trains, e-gamer. Later. You'll get the trains later. You'll have your chance, don't worry. Yeah, those trains are my baby. I love trains. Did I run out of underground pipe? I think I did. How are these guys not getting power? What? Bullshit. There we go. I was gonna say, how in the world did that not connect? Okay, what are we missing? It looks like we're mainly missing underground pipe. And oil refinery. In fact, that's all we're missing. Okay. So, get rid of that. We need 200 underground pipe. And then we need 20 more refineries, basically. which means... let's just get another stack of the modules for now. Okay. At the moment, it's 10:49. Okay, so 10:49. Oh, we're not that far off then. You're 1 hour ahead of me. Wait, really? I should have seen it if you were on at that time last night. What was I doing at that time? Oh, I was playing with my kids and my phone was charging. That's probably what happened, yeah. Why did I see no oil refineries in the system? You can't be serious, right? It's because there's no refineries even being made right now. That sucks. Make the world in concrete. Someday. I kind of like having the natural look right now. Someday, though. I guess. See, let me get my... Oh, look. I had a blueprint for an SR latch. Oh, that's an old one. Yeah, that's an old one that I had. I'm glad I came up with a better one. Let's see. Where's my... This one. Slap it right here. I just want some of those. And we'll just do a stack of 2, because these stack to how much? 10? Yeah, I just want like 20 on hand. We don't need that many. And let's switch that for that. There we go. Alright. That'll take a little bit, but it'll be fine. I'm in trouble. Just started playing last week. This is how it goes. This is how it goes for some people. It's okay, DIY. It's okay. It doesn't have to be this complicated. Take it in pieces. Take it in pieces. Everything's gonna be alright. Don't worry. This is not how it goes for everyone. I'm one of the like people that tends to take things a little too far when it comes to circuit logic, which is what you see with the trains. That's how come, like, I'll explain the trains in a bit if you guys are interested in it, but I don't want to blow anybody's mind too hard just yet. But DIY, what are you starting with? You're doing just vanilla, or did you jump straight into Space Age? I'm guessing you started with vanilla. Haven't played these games that dived into Redstone and Minecraft, Space Age. Perfect. Perfect. You're gonna be in the right place then, because if you like Redstone, you'll like Combinators. Just saying. How many hours do I have? I only have... What am I at? 1387, so round it up a little bit. I'm only at 1400 hours. It's not much. I'm a baby. I'm a wee little baby. Because I played on and off throughout the years, and then I started playing more when 2.0 hit. Because it had a lot of the quality of life stuff. Crap, I know. It's okay. I feel embarrassed myself. Yes, I think I've got enough. Let's do that now. But yeah, no, if you like Redstone, you're gonna love circuit logic stuff when you get to it. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a fantastic time. You will love it to death. But yeah, the trains are great because these are liquid trains, and then these are my intermediate trains for all the different factories we're doing. They're kind of full on plate right now because I made a mistake, but it's fine. It's fine. And looks like we're lacking... Oh, 10 refined. Perfect, I can do 10 refineries. Make sure we've got all those done. Yep, looks like it's just the refineries now. Then the whole system will be ready to hook up, which will be great. Probably need to add 100 more of those. Do you need help with Trainer Vic? Just figure out the robots? Ooh, robots are fun. That's an important stage to be at, for sure. That's a very, very empowering stage once you get your drones set up. Have you done the personal roboport and all that yet? Or do you just have the drones with the regular roboports right now? And when it comes to vehicles, I mean, like, a car will get you just fine. Rebuilding my first playthrough with the main bus. Nice! Yeah, so you and E-Gamer are both on main bus design stuff. That's good. That's awesome. Reg? Perfect. Yeah, definitely something that'll help you with building stuff is getting your... Let's see, where is it? The modular armor. Get that, and then get a personal Roboport made. It's going to change your life. Get it powered, too, but it will... Seriously, it changes your life when you get to that stage. I love the new oil refineries. I love how they look. Just got that yesterday. Perfect! Yeah! That'll be awesome, because then you can do this stuff outside of your regular network. Okay. So this is the beginnings of stuff here. Now we need to put this over here. We need to do a couple of things, actually. For one, we need to bring in the oil. And I think what we're going to do... I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Oh, wait, no, no. No, no, we're good. We don't need that. Yeah, I forgot I have to trim these. That's fine, we'll get to it. So, we do need this. And then we can do... Oh. Yes. And then we have to do... Unfortunately, we're going to have to break our symmetry a little bit for this, but that will now allow us to feed all of the oil in from one location. Going down the rabbit hole of this game. Perfect. Perfect. We love rabbit holes. The factory must grow, as always, yes. So yeah, once we get this hooked up, you'll see my train system in action, and then you'll also see the oil cracking in action in just a bit. But I have to come over here and get... We need some water. So we're gonna go very nice and cheap right now. And we're gonna do this. Let's see, so where's the water? Water's right here right now. So we need to hook up at this point is the plan. So that's going to go that way, and then this is going to come up. Oh, perfect. And then we'll do just like a regular little pipe right there. And I don't feel like dealing with that right now, so... Okay. Then... Okay, let's see. We gotta do... Gotta do this. In order to fill in the water. And then we have to do... this. Oops. There we go. Alright, so what's that good? What? Blah, 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 blah. Nice. Okay. We're going to have water come up over here. We're going to have a train loaded with oil that comes up over here and loads it as well. Then we'll have trains that come and will take all of this stuff and put it into our liquid system right here. Fortunately, we already have a lot of this stuff kind of queued up already, but there is a lot of crude oil that we can hook up at any given time here. So... what we need to do here, though, is we have to look at how do we actually grab this liquid as is right now. And the way that we do that, typically, is... something like this where we just have this available. This one doesn't have a train limit right now, but we do go and grab stuff when we need it. In fact, I think I'm looking over here. Yeah, I have all that stuff. So I need to see... Here we go. This is the stuff. So we have these things that go and provide different liquids, right? But these all tie back over here into this radar, and we only turn them on when this specific liquid type is requesting it. So we're going to leave these guys on, but we're going to use the same logic in order to actually turn these on and off, right? You can drag underground pipes. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can drag it. Anything. So something else that you can do. You haven't gotten to trains yet. We'll leave trains off for a bit. So there's two different ways that you can do the dragging. I'll show you right here. So for example here, if you do these pipes, if you do a shift drag, you just kind of power through and go through everything. If you do a control drag, or is that just, I think it's just with trains, actually. Dang it. So if you do a shift drag, what happens is you'll do this. That also didn't show anything that I was actually trying to show. Typically, at least with belts, maybe belts is the better one to show. When you shift click with these, they also go through. But then if you do like a control, or if you're just to click and drag, that will automatically do underground belts across other belts and stuff. That's what I was trying to show. And I think when you do regular pipes, doesn't do that. Pipes are neglected. But belts are ones that it will do that. But if you want to go through that, you can actually shift click. And it does something similar right there. You see that? You can then also, shift clicking, doesn't do anything there. But if you do control shift click, then you will force, instead of you going across like that, like this, control shift click means that you force them to work around you. You see that? So you can do a lot of really cool things with that particular thing. So for example, if you have your bus, which if you have like a bus like this, and you've got 4 lanes, and then you have 1, 2, like this, but then you're like, oh, wait a second, I really need to go through this, right? So then you could do your belt split, and then you could do like that, and now you just went through your bus. Or you could say, oh, I just want to do like this. But if you were, for example, if you made your bus a little too wide, like you did one tile too wide like this, and you try to do that, it won't work, right? But then you can just say, oh, well, it didn't work, I'll just do this instead, and now I've got this way of doing it. Which is more expensive because you're using more underground belts, but it could save you in a pinch like that. You can also do the same thing with power distribution. That same thing applies. You can sort of say, hey, I have all this stuff I need to put power to, but I've got all this stuff in the way. Control shift click, boom. You just now were able to put in power distribution in the middle of all that stuff. So, just little things like that to keep in mind. Okay, let's see. I need some more pipe real quick. Okay, and I'm going to bring my Spidertron so I can just remote control it and have it go into range with that stuff. That's exactly why I'm here. Oh yeah, if you got any questions on stuff, I'm more than happy to answer. I'm a huge fanatic when it comes to this. Yeah, I love this stuff to death. And in fact, just to let you know, this is actually a multiplayer server, so there are... Well, I say server, it's just a multiplayer game that I'm hosting. There are other players that are on that are doing stuff. So we have Mobius, who's over on Aquilo right now, you can see that. And Omen's not on right now, but he's working on something for this. And all these guys are all generally fairly new to the game as well. I've been helping them go through and do Space Age. I've already beaten Space Age, like, twice, I think. Okay, I think I got all the pipes I need now. I think. We're about to find out. How many hours do you have? 1,400. It's not much. I'm still a baby compared to other people. Most of those hours were spent pre 2.0 in SpaceX, at a Craft Story 2 SpaceX run We never really finished it, and I'm probably not going to finish it now. That's why I've been waiting for, like, newer stuff to come in, so... Only 1400? Yeah. Yep, I'm not really... Whenever I play, I'm very intentional when I play, I guess. I don't tend to leave the game running, like, AFK farming stuff or anything. I think it's part of why I don't have a lot of hours. It's very, very intentional when I play. Not far behind me. Oh, really? How many hours you got? Okay, so now we should see water. Let's see, can I do... Nah, we're good. Yep, water's made it down all these lines, so... Perfect. Now, here's the real kicker. You ready for this? Here's the real kicker. Now we need to provide oil to all this stuff, and I need to come through and trim up some of these underground bits, because we don't need all these to be underground. In fact, having those as underground runs a lot of risk of contamination, so we got that all taken care of. Steam says I have 1,600, but I probably have 150 additional hours before I got it through Steam, so I'm ahead of you. Perfect! Nothing wrong with that. Age is just a number, baby. Or so I've heard, at least. I taught you something new? What did I teach you new? Clear out those trees a little bit. Alright, so this is going to be our oil drop-off. So what I want to do is... We can have a little bit of a buffer here. So I'm going to do this. Oh, the belt magic thing? Nice! Very good. I'm glad I could help. Okay, so I want to do this. I want to come up here now. Oops. And then we'll do a train stop, which has... Ooh, is this not gonna... Hold on. I think I made a boo-boo. Oh, no! Dang it. Okay, that's fine. Just bump over one, and we'll be alright. Okay. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3 pump. Right there. Train signals are confusing. Could you explain this? Absolutely. What would you like to know about train signals? Time ticks that the game is on the main menu. Steam says I have more than 150, but there is no way. You know, it's funny. When I first looked at my time when I hit the 700-hour mark, and I also thought no way at that point. And then I kept playing, and I was like, okay, I see why. Okay, alright, maybe I understand. What color are the train signals? Any color you want them to be, baby. You know nothing? Perfect. Let me see if I can put together a quick little example, then. So, think about it like this. So, let's have this. We'll just have, like, an arbitrary deal right here, okay? And there's... Oh, hold on. I need more locomotives before I do that. Let me go get some material, and I'll show you really quick. Normally, I just go into a test world, but I've got other people that are playing, so I can't do that. Let's turn this off. Probably don't need that, really. Oh, in fact, actually, I could use this. Let me just grab some regular... Oh, I don't think I have regular trains anymore. Let me just go see. I find a lot of people have an easier time with the train stuff if you have a visual representation. Let me see where I put all my locomotives over here. Perfect. Oh, not the little pond. Hey, for all those people that were complaining that the pond was green, it's blue now, by the way. You're welcome. You're welcome. I did that, by the way. All me. Okay, let's see what we got locomotive-wise. I'm pretty sure we've got some higher quality locomotives at this time. Yes. Which isn't super important, but just for kicks and giggles, let's grab some of our epic ones, and I've got some liquid train stuff. We'll just use those for now. Alright. Because I have an example I've used for showcasing train signals, how they work in the past. But when I deleted all my blueprints for 2.0, because I was celebrating 2.0, I was like, yeah, wipe all the blueprints, we're starting over, because that's the joy of it. Unfortunately, some of the stuff I used to teach people also went away. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Then I'm going to take this. Just do like a little cross. It doesn't have to be anything super specific, but what we're going to do here is we're going to show something kind of valuable that you're going to like. So I'm going to do here. And we're going to be using bi-directional trains for this example. If you don't know what that means, basically it just means you have trains that can go forward and backward automatically. So we'll have a liquid thing right there, right here. These are bi-directional trains. So we're going to copy, well, I can't copy that exactly, but you're going to get the idea here. And we're going to have 2 of these right here. Oops. Do I have fuel? I got a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. So what we're going to do here, this is going to just simulate a couple things. This is going to be our test. And I'm going to name them the same over here. But then I'm going to take this one. This will be test 2. This will be test 3. And then we'll just call this one test 4. Okay. Now, this isn't an infinite rail, but what's going to happen here is essentially, I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to add test 4 and test 2 to this. And there's going to be, well, let's do like a little wait condition of inactivity. We'll just do like 2 seconds, okay? And then I'll do the same thing to this one. Shift left click, by the way, to just add a station like that rather than going through the whole list. Can make your life a little bit easier. It's kind of a niche use case for that, but shift left click will assign a station when you click on it. Okay. When AFK didn't die. Oh, good for you! Alright, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this on. What this is going to do, it's going to go to each station, back and forth constantly. Very simple, right? This is simulating traffic right now, okay? Here's the problem, typically. When you turn these guys on, they'll come across here. There is nothing stopping them from actually, like, running into each other here. So if I were to take this one, for example, and if I were to actually switch this to 1 second. So they're not the same pattern. What's going to end up happening is eventually these guys have a high chance of running into each other. So we'll sit here for a bit. You'll notice something to that effect. So right there, that's already looking pretty close to a collision. This one might actually be a collision right here, see? Oh my gosh, a collision. It didn't stop the train, but it did damage it. See that? What signals do is they break up your actual rail into different sections, just like what Maldor was saying. So, a regular train signal will look at the block directly ahead of it. So, essentially, you have this happening. This will look ahead there. This will look ahead here. And then you can also see, of course, this is going to be going straight down this way. So then we'll do one here, and we'll do one here. So this one is going to look directly ahead and say, is this clear? And this one's going to look ahead and say, is this clear? Same thing here. This one ahead up to here, is this clear? Is this clear, right? If I were to take this away, so we did this, for example, okay? And I turned this guy on. This one's going to be green, and it's going to let this go through because it's clear, right? But then if I turn this guy on, it's going to say this isn't clear because this rail signal is counting everything in the attached rail ahead of it. You'll also, this is another thing we're going to talk about here, but we'll get to that in just a moment. So this is saying, hey, you can't go forward here because there's something ahead of you. And you think, oh, okay, well then I'll just come over here and do this, right? Well, no. because what it's caring about is actually over here. It's saying that this is the problem, right? So what you have to do is you have to come over here. And now that you did that, now the train's allowed to go because it says there's a train over here, but there is space to go across here, so you're now good to go. Which then you'd have to do the same thing here. Now you'll notice right here, this is giving a little bit of a hiccup, and you can see it when you hover over it, what it's saying. Train cannot find path to destination. And you notice with the signals here, when we put them on 1, the green on the other side went away. This is what's called a monodirectional rail. You have to then go over here to this white one, and then do this, and now you see the green showed up, because this now turns into a bi-directional rail. So now, this is saying that there's still no path across, because you have to do the same thing over here, because this is bi-directional, but this is not. So now I'm going to come over here and do this, and now this lets it through, and it fulfills the same problem, and also the same solutions, though. So see, this is saying red, because it says there is a train in this section, but this is saying it's green across here. If I were to come up here now and do this, now that's satisfied. And now this one will also have the same thing fixed when we do that. And now when these guys come across, if there's a chance it'll hit, it has a moment there that it will pause. So we could suck these in really tight and make them pause, but you see there, it waited its turn and then comes across. There is now no way that these trains will ever crash into each other again. Alright, that's all well and good. These are the simplest signals to understand. Now, the chain signal is something that trips up a lot of people. It says here, it reads the next signals in the path to allow better control of the trains. So chain signals do kind of what they say already. They have a chain, right? So if I were to come over here and I put a chain signal here, and then if I were to drive this one and put him in the center, see right there? This is red. This is now repeating that red signal. So if I were to turn this guy on, watch this. Look how far back he stops instead. This is actually really important because a chain signal will read multiple things ahead of it, and it will allow you to path trains on multiple different tracks. In this case, we only have one way for it to possibly go. But here's a really neat trick that we can do. Let's name test here, and let's have those be the same name. Okay, now I'm going to take this one back to test 3. Okay, because we're going to do something very interesting here. Okay, we need to go back to test 2, and right now it won't let us go back to test 2. Why actually won't it let... Oh, because we made it monodirectional again. So watch this. So turn that off for a second. We're now going to do something different. This is where trains become much more powerful. This is a very ugly little setup, but what happens here is if we come over, we set a train limit of 1 to each of these, okay? What's going to happen now is something interesting. If I were to turn this on and turn this one on, where now this wants to go from test 3, we want to then take this off and we want to go to test. So you'll see here, this is just going to go back and forth in a straight line, typically, because it's going to try to go to the nearest stop, right? Well, and this is going to be the really interesting part now, because I'm going to do something. I've named both of these stops the exact same, and you saw both of them are behaving by going straight across. Now, I'm going to add a couple of signals here, very simple. I'm going to put one there, and I'm going to put one there. And then I'm also going to just, for separation's sake here, just to showcase this. Now watch what happens when I turn these on. And Oh yeah, that's right. I have to take this one off. So I'm going to up this train limit to 2 now. Okay? And now I'm going to cut off access to this one. So this one is now able to come up here. So see this? Train signals allow you to have multiple trains come to a stop and then wait. Just like that. So if I was to take off the train limit on this one entirely, now it doesn't matter. Because now they have the same name for the stop. Then if I add this one back on, what's going to happen is this train now, because this one already had one, now decides to go to this one. And this one, because this had no signal, is going to wait for its turn, come back over here. Now, this one's the nearest train. Now it goes back to its equilibrium. Do you see that? But again, if I were to just simply remove this rail, this train now wants to come up here. And then this one will come over here. So now, again, when I add this back on, when that train goes back, it now dispatches differently, and it has a different wait time too. This one stays there, because it looks at the entire block here, okay? So now let's turn these guys off. So, this can get a little bit complex. If you were to do just simple rail signals for all of this, this becomes a bit of a problem, right? So let's change this a bit. What if the rail's a circle? Ooh, yes. What if the rail's a circle? What happens then, right? So let's try that. So what if we were to take this, and it's going to be kind of an ugly circle, but let's say this came down in a circular fashion, right? I'm not going to take time to make like a super pretty circle. We'll just do like a demonstrative deal here. Show him the clover? No, we're not going to break his mind just yet. So here's something that's like a little bit more on the semi-complex side that you're going to be dealing with sometimes, depending on your train system, I should say. So like this, okay? So let's have him come back to test 3. And then wait. So what's happening here is we now have multiple things going on the rail. We have multiple different directions that we could choose to travel, right? The problem with this is that now we have increased the complexity of what we're attaching to, right? So let me just get this all loaded up here. There's obviously cleaner ways to do this. But for demonstration purposes, this is going to be just fine. Ooh, it's going to be kind of close there. In fact, I don't think that can actually come back that way. So, we'll take this opportunity to do something kind of funky. In fact, yeah, we'll do something really stupid right there. Because this is gonna do a good job of showing why signals are important for this stuff. So we want to do this one comes down to meet this. And obviously, when you're making your actual rail system, things are going to be cleaner than this, right? But now we've got a couple of different weird issues that could happen here, right? So, the general rule whenever you're going onto a train system like this is chain in, rail out. And the reason you do that is because this is an example. The chain is going to tell you a couple of things because it's repeating signals ahead of it, right? So we have a chain in and then rail out. In this case, rail's coming this way, right? This is just a very simple signal that we're looking at there. So chain is going to look at multiple signals ahead of it and then make a decision based on that, right? So this is the same thing. We have a chain here. And then this chain is going to tell us whether we're good to go, like, certain directions, okay? So then we could do a rail is out this way. This is the rail out this way. We have a chain this way, rail out that way. Now, what's really important to note here is even though this is a bidirectional system, you don't have to make everything bidirectional. For example, you notice here, this one is totally fine. And this one's also fine. But some of them have bidirectional, some of them don't. And the reason for that is actually really important. So let's do this a bit. So I'm going to put a chain. No, this one, it's not super important how you do these ones here. But we're going to do a regular rail signal here. Also, I just realized this is coming in this way, and then it should go out that way. Yeah, that's fine, okay. So this one should be very simple. This is going to have two signals looking ahead of it. And what we're going to do is, this is kind of a bidirectional, but also monodirectional. So these are actually going to be spaced out in such a way that these trains are actually able to stack up behind each other. So really what happens here now is we can space these for 1-1. Because technically speaking, we could have this not be bidirectional. Let's make it simpler. We'll just stay on that particular setup right now. And again, we want to do chain in. Because the chain is telling us what's ahead of us, right? Then we have rail out. Oh, but right here, we have a problem. Because these rails are too close to each other. We can't actually put the signals down. This becomes a problem. So we have to modify this in particular. So we can take this one now. And we can follow it back to where it came from. And we know now, okay, this is actually attached to that one. So that's one that we have to fix in some way, shape, or form, right? So we'll take these all back. And what we're going to do is we're going to put down our signals first for where we know this has to end. It has to end right there. And then we can do a chain signal going down this way. So now we know this has to meet up at some point to get back onto the rails here, right? So we can do this one. That's a much cleaner way to now decide how to go about this, because this is all a humble jumble here. Now what we're going to do is, we need to look ahead a little bit, so we'll do a chain signal because we don't want anything getting caught up in here. We then do a rail out, which is going to be represented right here. And then a chain like this. Two-way rail. This is a mix of a two-way rail and a monodirectional rail, actually, to show you how powerful signals are. So then we go this way. And then we'll do, I'll just arbitrarily say that I can stop here. And then I'll do a chain kind of here. Because I don't want things getting like too caught. Well, actually, this will show some stuff, so I'll just do that. And then we'll do right there's actually totally fine. So this is kind of a jumbled mess. But the idea behind this is to show what's going on ahead, right? So we'll do this. And then we can do the regular, then there's a chain up ahead. So this is kind of a stopping point here. But you'll notice that this is kind of freaking out on us a little bit here. And part of that's going to be because of back here. Because this doesn't know what all's going on with this stuff, so we just need to tell this exactly what it needs to know, which is this rail's going this way, this rail's going down that way, right? And I think the reason this one's freaking out now is because of that one. And this one's going to freak out a little bit, I believe, because of that one, actually. Yep. So now this should all be good. If they get too close together, that becomes a problem. Like that one. There we go. That should all be good. Clock! Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. What were you up to playing today? I went and lurked and I didn't stop to see what you were actually doing. For those of you that are joining in with Clock's raid, hello, my name is Seto. I play a huge amount of Factorio and simulation games, as well as survival, tactical FPS, and RTS games. I'm a huge fan of a large variety of stuff. I used to be a Tarkov streamer, gone variety. So it's very nice to have you here. If you have any questions for me, please let me know. We are currently teaching rail signals right now in a very roundabout, arbitrary way. But stick around. You might learn something, or you might have your brain get fried. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's continue on over here. Need another manly Tarkov stream from you for Clock's Tangia. Another one, but I already gave one. It's fine. It's fine. So right here, what we're going to do is the same thing as before. So we have these test ones, which we have no train limits on. Either of them right now. Perfect. So we're going to go ahead and turn these on with their different things. And now you can watch here. What they'll do now is they will only go in one direction. And as they're getting dispatched to different places, see right there, that one actually decided to go to the closest one. So they're going to go to the same one every single time because of the train limit. But you can see here that the train signals allow these stations to stop each other from dispatching a train and then wrecking them. So this will be able to run infinitely and never have a problem with crashing, because it always stops the train when there's something ahead of it. So when it simulates a larger environment, that's what this does. Then you see right there, that was full, it came over, and it had a rail chain that gave it the opportunity to decide where to go. So if we were to look at this, we can actually see the train path. See how it wants to go over here? When it comes up, it says, hey, I can't go over there, but I can send you this way. That's what the rail chain is really good about doing. That's what's really good about it for doing that. Because here, there again, it just comes over to the nearest one that it can go to that's available. If we change the train limits, that can also adjust that a lot. But this is what the signals are meant to do, essentially. So, eGamer, did that answer your question on the chain signals, or the rail signals, all that? Or do you have any other questions with how that interacts, basically? Because I know it's kind of a roundabout way, it's a little bit ugly to look at, but it does show you the lights and how everything is going. How can you make it go from test to test? You mean this test to this test? Like how it switches right there? Is that what you mean? Or how to go from this test to that test? So that's happening because of the rail signal, right? So let me pause this. Kind of do like a little snapshot. So basically, when this is coming over, since these signals are, well, these stops are the same name, these stations have one station that's different, which is these ones. These are the ones they want to go to separately. But this is the same one they want to go to. So what happens... Oh, there's ads. Okay, I'll wait on ads. Unless you don't have ads, eGamer. Imagine if one test is iron deposit and others waiting. Perfect. Let's change that right now. So we'll call this one... We'll call this one an iron requester. And then... we'll go straight from the mine with these ones. Then we'll just change these guys to iron mine and iron requester. And again, we'll do inactivity on both. So we'll say 2. And then we'll do this one as like 3 seconds, just to add some variance. Well, let's do 1 second for variance. So 2 second and 1 second differences there. And then we'll wait for the ads to be done. Unless you're not in ads right now, eGamer, then we can just proceed from there. A toddler drew it up. A toddler did draw it up. It was me, basically. You don't have ads? Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Let's describe this then. So what happens right now is we have the iron requesters, meaning this is where you want iron to go to, and the iron providers. Both of these trains have basically the same schedule. We're just changing the time, and that's it. Okay? So, because now they're sharing two destinations at each end of it, watch this, okay? Watch this. So now they're going over to the mine. It wants to go to that nearer mine. It dispatches to this other mine instead, right? And then right here, this has a request. But because that one's already full, it then comes over here to this one. And this will continue for a bit because of the way their timing is. Now, if I were to say, hey, this one doesn't need anything more now, so now I'm going to turn on the train limit here. Now this says, oh, that one doesn't need anything. This is the only station I can go to. I'll wait until I can go here. Then I'll come out. Then this one will proceed along as it was before, going to the nearest station available every time. Yep. So then over here, if this one, let's say that you circuit control this to where this actually now can't fill a train, the train won't even bother coming up. It will just go to where it can fill up instead. So see, this one will skip over. And these will then continue the flow just as before. Just as before. And as long as they're constantly in motion, they can also be just fine. But now that they have all the rail signals and stuff, these are now choosing when to stop and when to go at these different stations. But then once again, if I come over here and I take off the train limit, this makes this a station that is available to go to. But these will always prioritize the closest station unless you change things, right? So as long as this is open, it continues to go to this one. But like Dino was saying, you can then also adjust the priority here. And you hover over, it says, higher priority will be served first. So if I just bump this to 60, it should be the first one up next time. And then just like that, yep. Since this is the higher priority, this is the one that gets serviced first. And then if there's a train here at the time that this wants to come over, it will then go to this one, but it will prioritize this stop. So if the priority is the same, so this 50 right here, it will prioritize the closest stop. If a priority is higher, it will prioritize the higher priority one first. And there's different ways that you can set stations to be on and off. I'll showcase some of the stuff that we have in just a moment, but does this make sense so far? I know the main question was on the signals and how they work. At their core, a rail signal right here looks directly ahead of it, and it will be green if it's clear ahead, yellow if there's a train on its way, and then red if there is a train ahead of it and you can't pass. And then a chain signal has 3 states as well. It's got green, which means it's all good ahead of it. It's got blue, which means it has a mixture of green and red on different paths. And then red if there's nowhere ahead of it that you can go, essentially. So in this case, this rail right here is a one-way, and this knows it, so it knows there's only one way to go, and when this one says red, this will also say red and not allow it to pass. And that's the basic idea behind it. If the flashy broke up, yeah, we kind of showed that before, but if it's doing like this means that there's a problem, and you can see what the problem is by hovering over it and then looking at the right, and you see it sort of says cannot divide into segments, which means this is somewhere that it can't divide these up. It doesn't like that, so you have to get away from that. And the same thing happens up here, cannot divide into segments. But then you could have like this one where this is one way, and then if I were to take this one away, I believe that would have a problem if I didn't have this one, or is it this one? I actually don't know where that's supposed to break. But for some reason not break. Anyway, you're supposed to make sure that you're dividing it up, and if there's a problem, it tells you what the problem is. This is one other problem as well. Since recall before this one we set the train limit to 0. This is a problem that can happen if your signals aren't correct. So this guy, he's wanting to go to this mine. And this guy, he's going to want to leave the mine. This is what we call gridlock over here. The reason that this gridlock happened, we can, double it back and find out, is that this one was allowed to go forward. Because this one, see how that one says green? That is incorrect. So we have our gridlock right now, because this is telling us that you are okay to go into this section, but it doesn't know about this. This is why the chain signal is important. So now you'll see here, if I turn this on, now this will say, hey, you can go forward this way, but you want to go this way. And you can see that when you hover over it there. And you can see there's the green arrows and then the red arrows. So now, if the same incident occurs, which it will, we'll do this. And now he's stuck over there. This will actually stop it all the way back here because it's chaining, right? So it's reading this signal back over here. And again, this broke because we did this. Which says, hey, you're good to go ahead. Oh, but wait, you actually weren't good to go ahead. No. So it becomes a problem. Which is why in this case, you could actually argue for a chain signal up here. And then do just a regular signal down here. But there's different philosophies. There's different ways that people approach the problem of the signals. But again, you need to have a chain when you need to look at what's ahead, and then stop a gridlock like this is the easiest way to fix it. Yeah, any other questions? I'm probably just going to rip this up now because we don't need it anymore. Later on, when you do trains, you will get more into how you do the schedules, and specifically, these train interrupts will become way more important when you want to do more advanced stuff, but that's the basics of it right there. One thing is resisting the singles and setting your send on the outside to avoid a possible jam. The understand left. Think you need to understand, but you want to keep it clear. Yeah. And again, that's another thing that comes down to personal philosophy on it. There are benefits to putting some chains into an intersection, but like Dino was saying, there's also a lot of risk in causing gridlocks in the intersection. If you keep your signals out of it and keep the whole intersection clear, you will allow no gridlocks, but your trains could be a little bit slower. But if you do the chain signals, you can have trains passing into that intersection that won't encounter each other, and you can increase the throughput. But if you do it wrong, you can have a gridlock. So there's pros and cons to both ways of doing that. No YouTube video could explain what you did. Well, that's the benefit of doing a live demonstration, is you can actually... you can ask questions, and then you can get little tweaks and differences with it that sometimes a YouTube video won't cover. Especially because I feel like Factorio, a lot of tutorials and guides kind of operate under the assumption that you have some prerequisite knowledge already, when it's not always the case. So, do the single matters when using single-headed trains? Yes, they actually matter more. They actually matter even more. So, right now, with all these trains that we've got, all of these are monodirectional trains. These matter because everything is going in one direction, so you have two lines that are going along. These really matter because you do not want to have these trains ever encounter each other for any way, shape, or form. So, if we turn on our signals here, you'll see that all of our rails here are actually just completely filled with signals. I say all our signals? All of our rails are filled with signals. And you'll see some of them, most of them, are monodirectional. You can do a mix of bidirectional and monodirectional, but the idea is that you want to have trains come through and then stay clear of the main rail to allow trains to pass through. And that's why this is a system that allows more throughput, because trains going in one direction are clear to go in that direction, and trains going in the opposite direction do not have to compete with other trains. Does that kind of make sense? That's kind of the philosophy with it. It's also why, so trains in real life are kind of funny. A lot of the times you don't have you don't have like rails going in one direction all the time. A lot of times those ones are operating by, bidirectional systems. They have one train that is scheduled for one rail at that time, right? So in real life, because it's more expensive to put in the rails and the tracks and stuff, you make use of those rails and just make sure that there's a train schedule that allows trains on the rails at certain times and stuff. In Factorio, rails are very cheap in comparison, so you can add the extra infrastructure that makes trains truly superior in almost every single way. So, later on, when you guys feel more ready, we could talk about circuit controlling trains more. Because that is a very interesting topic, particularly like right down here. This is a whole train yard that is for storing ores and then distributing those ores when they're ready, right? So the advantage of this is that you can go to all these mines and then consolidate all the mines in one area and then dispatch them where they're needed, right? That's going to be like the most this is where you're going to start to find that trains are so powerful, is when you start to do circuit control and train interrupts. That's when trains are going to start to feel alive to you. Yeah. Trains will feel like they are living things that are actively operating in your factory when that happens. Okay, so let's go back to what we were doing here before we got distracted. Oh, wait, I need to check in with... Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I got really deep in the weeds there.
Oh, no, you're good, man. You're good.
So, you
I've
mentioned...
just been over here building.
Oh, good. You mentioned Aquilo, you had some stuff going, right?
Science.
Yeah, look at that.
I ran into a small issue right now that I'm gonna have to figure out. I think I'm gonna have to pull.
Give me 1 second,
the
DIY,
ammonia
and I'll show you why. I'll teach you that.
to make rocket fuel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna need rocket fuel anyways, so I
Oh
figure
yes.
I have a crap ton of ammonia down here. This is kind of like the new, like the bottom half. You can kind of tell is like
I know he's doing bots. It's okay.
I don't know. It's like segmented.
Mhm.
Like this top half, I don't know what was going on up here because it was my learning phase. This bottom half, I have a little more understanding. Still trying to figure it out, but yeah.
Well, good. That's exciting. Yeah. So here's my question though.
Huh?
The Titan, is that going to become the Aquilo science ship that like takes it back to Novice, or is that your personal ship and you're now going to construct a ship for the transportation of Aquilo science?
This was gonna be the transportation ship. Like I talked about last time, I think. I have to set some parameters so it doesn't just fly off into the abyss and die.
Okay.
And I haven't done that yet. I've been more focused on the Aquilo side of things, getting the science going.
Right.
Because what's the point in having a horse if you don't have a carriage?
Right. Yeah.
Or so I need to get Aquilo kind of wrapped up a little bit more, and then I can go back and start focusing on the parameters. Right now, Titan is just
chilling.
It's doing its thing. I have to manually input a lot of stuff. It's not like the log hoppers where it's just like flying back and forth, figuring stuff out.
Yeah.
So that's gonna need some work. I have some ideas already. Like I have the groundwork down with like the 4 lights on the back. Like basically I just needed to have, like for the inputs, like, hey, 4 green lights means we're go.
Right, yeah.
And then go from there. As far as the Aquilo side of things, I know science isn't the end of what we're doing on Aquilo. Like at some point here, once we get the research done, we're gonna have to get the fusion reactors made.
Oh yes.
And that goodness. So I'm barely scratching the surface on this right now. So
yeah, it's a good time to be though. Good time to be.
Yeah, but at least we did get, we've got science flowing out. We got to fix this mess up here.
Sure, yeah.
Because yeah.
Well, good, yeah.
I was having the issue of not having enough or having too much ice and it wasn't making any ammonia.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put the filter, like the muncher down here, and then it filled up on ammonia, and now I don't have any ice. So yeah. But this is controlled off of like, hey, we need to have X amount on the belt before you turn on. Like, it's not just infinitely eating everything. So,
right, yeah. Well, good. That's exciting stuff.
Yeah. And then we're sending the Titan over. Like we're gonna get the rocket fuel going here, but we're sending the Titan over to get the materials to make the new rocket silos that are gonna go down.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I don't know how many rocket silos would be enough over here. Like I figure 6 would be good because that'll send up, a fair amount of science pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 6 is good to start with. Yeah. Especially if you give yourself a little bit of space and get some beacons on there to increase their speed too. Because right now you've got prod mods on there, which is good. But now if you add some beacons on the outside to then increase their speed, 6 will do you just fine.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Do I have beacons here now? That's the question.
I don't think you brought any beacons with you. I don't think beacons were on your mind at the time. Yeah, that's fine.
No,
like I said, that's just
beacons.
Later you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. I like it. And then, Omen, are you still doing your thing? Have you finished the electric furnaces bit?
I'm working on the electric furnaces now.
Okay.
If you want to look at my red circuit, my prod mods, we can look at that real quick if you want.
No, let's wait till you have your furnaces done, then you can show me both at the same time, because I want to see the whole thing running, so I'd like you to get that into a running state sooner rather than later, so I don't want to distract you, okay?
Okay.
So yeah, just let me know when that's done over there. Okay, I'm back now. Let me just catch up on the messages. Sorry, I got deep in the explanation there. Yeah, he was doing the bots. One train, go to the first event, constant crest, so it could be iron, copper, coal, whatever. There's a pull system as the stations pull a train to them. Yeah, Dino basically explained it, DIY, but let me explain it my way too here. So picture this. So let's say that this wasn't here. Typically what happens is you've got all of your mines, right? So if I just type in iron, let's do ore. You'll see that there is a little trickle of ore there that got missed. That's going to kind of annoy me for a bit. I'll fix that later. But the ore patches get farther and farther away from your actual factory the longer the game goes, right? Which means that the time it takes to... Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yes, what's up?
Oh, I was asking you how the iron tangle was going.
Wait, the what?
Okay, you haven't read the books yet, but when you decide to get your head out of your ass and read Dungeon Crawler Carl, you'll understand the reference.
Oh, I'm
How's
sorry.
The train system going?
Have you ever actually tried to read with 4 children around?
No.
Oh, you haven't? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a really stupid-ass idea, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Tim? Yeah, that sounds like a dumbass thing. Why would you read with 4 children around, right, Tim?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
That?
That's why I haven't read the book, Tim. That's why I haven't read the book. Audible books? You don't know my children. Sorry. Audiobooks will not cut it, I'm afraid. Yes, I have the book. So your book, for some reason, never came in the mail. We went and bought it ourselves instead. So I don't know what happened. I hate to say it. You wasted your money. I don't know why it never showed up.
It's okay.
Yes, we do have a copy of it. And it is sitting on my shelf of to read books. It's actually the next one I am going to read when I can read.
I would say 10 out of 10 would recommend.
I understand that. I want to read it. I love Dungeons and Dragons, and everyone that has read the book loves it, but I haven't read it yet. And when I get here's my deal for you. Are you ready for this? This weekend, my mother has offered to take the kids for the whole weekend. Okay, like this is talking like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I guarantee you, I will have time. I can sit down. I can knock out the book in one sitting.
Yes, the first book, definitely.
Yes. I read very quickly, and I retain the information. I can get that done in one weekend. Definitely, by far. So that is my promise to you. Now, do you have any other questions before I explain the train system over here?
No. Carry on.
Okay,
As you were.
I'll be back. Don't you worry, okay? Don't you worry.
All right.
Dungeon Crawler Call, meh. Is it meh? Why do you think it's meh? Okay, and eGamer, do not worry. I am happy that I could have helped you. If you ever want to stop by again, we are here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We're not always playing Factorio, but we're always looking for excuses to talk about Factorio. So, if you're interested in that, eGamer, totally go for that. We are doing more YouTube stuff as well. So, hopefully that's stuff that can help. I'm not very good at YouTube. I'm trying to get better at it. And if you have an idea for a video that you would like, that you could watch multiple times, that would help you specifically, I'll make a video for you specifically. I'm totally fine with that. It is Cracktorio, exactly. Okay, so back to my explanation with this. As the mines are getting farther and farther away, you start to realize that your time between mine and processing facility becomes more and more. Some people will process on site and then ship the plates out. I don't like doing that because of a couple things, but some of it's with space age. I won't talk about the space age thing specifically, but let's take this for example. We have mines that are all the way out here. If you were to go from, hey, I need my smelting array to go and get ore right now, I am completely out. It's going to take a train from there to go all the way out, grab the iron, come all the way back, and that whole time the system is idle. One way that you can fix that is to have a couple of trains queued up and sitting here, right? Which is good, but the more trains you add, the more that they back up, and the more space you have to give them for that specifically. So that becomes a problem, because you can't really make a train stacker all the time in some places, especially with... We were playing with people that were new, so we have a much more spaghetti base, which has limited space because of that, right? So, what do we do instead? We designate an area that trains sit, and can sit there with material to then go and dispatch closer. Now, the other thing with this, to keep in mind, and this is... We can actually... Oh, I just exited out of the whole thing. We can take this idea, and we can make it so all these trains service multiple different ores, okay? And that's with circuit control right here. I won't go deep into the circuit magic of this right now, but suffice it to say, at a top level, we are reading the content of these trains, and we are deciding what we can and can't dispatch. So you see there are some trains that are empty because we have enough of everything else, right? And if we kind of hover over here on the signals, you'll see here there's 50,000 stone, 25,000 iron, copper, and calcite, and 20,000 coal. We've essentially designated 2 train loads of each ore as the lower end. If we hit that point, we go and get more. If we have above that, we don't need any more, we just wait. Okay? The reason that we do this is because now we have all of this ore available immediately when it is needed, where it's needed. And we trigger those when there is space for a train. So if I come over here and look at this, you see there's a whole bunch of like little circuit stuff going on. But the main thing here is that we're taking everything here and dividing it by 50 for the stack size. And then basically we come through here. Let me see if I can... I don't want to like blow this out of proportion. Each of our trains has 2 wagons that are uncommon value, so we can hold a total of 100 slots of goods. So we're reading the amount that's in here and subtracting it from the total amount. So we have 66 slots of iron ore that we can actually fill. When this reaches 100, we'll call for a train, and that train will then come over and drop off its material, meaning that the more empty space we have, the more trains that we dispatch, right? So the top level explanation is we take all of the loose ore and we put it in one area that can be dispatched anywhere in the factory closer to where it is actually needed. When this stuff gets all snipped off, this is going to get removed and it's going to get put closer up here to our foundries, basically. It's logistics stock. Just on time is production. It's hard to do, I guess. It's not hard to do, but there is... So, again, this is where the beauty of Factorio comes in, where everybody can play the same game and have different solutions. My philosophy and my mentality is very simple. I don't want to have trains going all the way out here when I need them. I need trains coming over here, and then have a buildup of empty trains, and then when I need to go get stuff, I will then dispatch available trains to go and get that stuff. This makes it a lot easier for me to have, like, for example, have a train over here that this one will request whenever it needs some, but this is also butted up to a main traffic highway with all the, like, spaghetti train loops that we had. So I only want so many trains to come up at a time, right? So it has a top limit of 2, but I'm subtracting, and if I have more than 2, that's okay. I'm going to continue to request 2 trains constantly until I fill up, and then it will be down to the last train, and it fills up exactly how much I need in order to keep these guys full and flowing. So what will happen eventually is we'll actually turn... So, it's kind of hard to show because the factory hasn't been moving for a bit. Let's actually fix that right now. So let's do, like, some refined flammables. Which isn't going to do much, but I've been waiting on that for a bit. But I need these... I need the signs to go through. I'll probably add a couple more here, actually. We need to do that one. Let's queue up that one. I haven't researched the atomic bomb yet, unfortunately. Let's do this one as well. Just to get rid of some science and show a little bit of, like, resource flow, basically. Because right now, the main thing that is going to be our resource sink is science, of course. Which I just noticed that space science, for some reason, is... Oh, wait, it was, this one. Our space science sucks because this is extremely outdated. That's right. So what do I want to do with main bus? Okay. Here's my philosophy. A main bus was something that used to be the de facto way to play the game, right? And I still think a main bus is a good way to play the game when you are new. Because think about it like this. So let's say that we're doing red, right? And then we would do... This is how you would just plan your bus, typically. Oops. So you know that you've got, like, this kind of a lane, right? Okay. So you have a main bus, like so. That you can have materials like this, you can kind of ship around and do all that, right? Main bus is meta. Main bus used to be meta. It's not meta anymore. The reason that a main bus is good, and used to be good, is that it allowed you to have stuff being processed on the left-hand side going right. And then as you go down farther and farther, you can then say, oh, hey, I need to do this. I can just pull directly from here. So, for example, I could then say, like, hey, you know, I've got stuff, material that I need to pull, so you could do, like, a little trickle like this coming down, right? Or however you want to actually pull from it. There's different mentalities on how to pull from this, too. And then it would just be a simple matter of, okay, now I just pull this coming up, and now you've got all the material that you need for that thing, with the priority being left to right, depending on how you do the main bus. This is really good for newer players because you'll have, like, for example, you'll have something here that's making, I don't know, let's say green circuits, because you always need green circuits, right? So you'd have something making green circuits, and in fact, green circuits are something that on the main bus you would then add in anyway. So you'd have stuff that pulls from that, and then this would then add its own stuff, depending on how much you decide to make. And then you would put it on its own line for the bus as well, carrying on that way, right? So this is really good for ease of use. This is very easy to follow and understand, and you can just kind of add to this as long as you know where it's going. Think of this as like kind of like a motherboard that you have like the main board, and then you're kind of adding modules on top of it, and then you're pulling wires of power, so to speak, that comes up into it and then flows through, right? And you can decide, do these things flow through always? Like, green circuits tend to flow through to multiple places, and then you just add more green circuit factories back here to feed the whole flow. So you could have, for example, you could have, like, maybe you've got, 6 lanes? So then you'd have 3 lanes of green circuits coming through like this, right? That you could do like that. That would then add in with all this stuff and feed all the other stuff that you would be going to as well, right? The biggest thing with this, and the reason that I don't think this is meta anymore, primarily falls on one simple fact. There are better facilities now for making things on site, and there's different ways of approaching the same problems, right? Balancers generally use not deep. Thank you, Dino. Yes. Splitters have priority outputs. There are other ways to dedicate a belt to a factory. Exactly, yeah. So splitters do this whole thing with like the 50-50 thing. That when you do the math on it properly, they could be really good. And then doing like the whole belt balancer stuff. You can download blueprint books of belt balancers. You don't need belt balancers, okay? I also had some people say that manifolds also don't work. Manifolds can be just fine. So take this for example. If I were to do this, and if I were to do some splitters here, going like this, going down, right? And then I just copy this. So you had manifolds going down. Whoa, whoopsie poopsie. Whoopsie poopsie. Let's just say we did, it doesn't have to be perfectly spaced. But splitters will split in half if they have nothing else changed to them, right? So you have 50%, but then you have the half of half, which is 25, half of half. You're looking at like 12.5, half of that. You're then looking at like, what was it, like 6.7, no, 6.67. Anyway, it gets down to like decimals and stuff. And it gets, you have like more priority on the things farther out to the left than to the right of this. If you circuit control this, you can have everything be split evenly without the ugliness of a lane balancer. That's why circuits are really good, in my opinion. But yeah, the advantage of a main bus is that it's easy. It is very easy to make a main bus. Very easy. And that's why I suggest to people that decide that they want to do a main bus, do a main bus. But when you do a main bus for years and years, you start to get sick of a main bus, and you start to go down other routes, and then you realize main buses are not actually the best way to play, they're just the easiest way to play. And that's really what it is. That's really what it is. So, let me catch up on chat. I got deep on the lecture there, but it's nice to see you again, by the way, Abyss. Would Vulcanus be a good first one to go to? Yeah, a lot of people go to Vulcanus first. It's a fine place to go first. Because Vulcanus is, again, it's easy, it's simple, and it gives you some very easy to understand buffs. Gleba, if you technically want to be more efficient, you go to Gleba first, unlock the biolabs, get your biolabs going, and then you go to the other planets. But there's an argument for going to Vulcanus first because you get the faster belts, which are useful on Gleba. Not required, but they're very useful to have on Gleba. So, main bus is typically 4 iron, 4 copper, 2 to 4 goods, 2 steel. Yeah. But it depends. Like, if you're going to scale up, you could do a larger bus as well, depending on how much you want to scale. But again, going down the main bus route and just assuming that it's... You do main bus because it's meta is something that's been kind of preached for years, right? Well, why should I do a main bus? Oh, because it's meta. Well, but then why is it meta, right? You know, why do people consider it meta? And the way that I see it is that people kind of get stuck into a loop or a dogma, so to speak, when it comes to this stuff, because people start Factorio and they get indoctrinated into a way of thinking that isn't necessarily the right way to go. But then trains will rule over bus. Exactly. So trains, logistically speaking, are perfect. Especially now that you can do higher quality trains, there is no reason for people to not learn how to do trains, right? So what I really, really like about trains is what we're going to showcase here a little bit, right? I'm gonna 16 iron, 8 copper. Is that too big? Funturla said it was the upper size. How old is the tutorial video, though? How old is that one? Have a factory on the smaller side, and that thing inhales 6 full cards of iron ore. Does it inhale it because you are overproducing something, though? Or does it inhale it because you are researching a bunch right now? 2024? I think that 2024 is still operating on old mentality, so to speak. It's an older mentality, because it used to be everybody just accepted that main bus was like the gospel, basically. So I think people have gone away from that. Show them a 16 train system, 8 each way, not sexy. Oh yes. Oh yes. I usually don't need to do train systems that are that large, but the more trains you do and the more pathways you give to trains, the more efficient they just get. As long as you have your signals properly identified, right? As long as you got everything all squared away, you're all good. Moby's just messaged me again. Factorio tool. Was it their tool? I am Pavel.dev. King 440. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, what was I saying now? Well, I got distracted by Tim's... Oh, yeah, right. So, this is where, again... So this is kind of just my philosophy and mentality that kind of ekes into it, right? Because everybody's going to have their own way of doing stuff. So, going to a train system, I think, in my opinion, is the proper way to play Factorio. But how you do your train system is completely up to you. Because there's always, like, there's different ways to do the same thing, but as long as you're using trains, I think you're, personally speaking, as long as you're on trains, I believe that you're on the right track. If that makes any sense. I think if you don't use trains for any reason, I think you're handicapping yourself a little bit. And if that's the way that you want to play, that's totally okay. That's absolutely fine. You just have to understand that you're handicapping a little bit, so... Thank you, Dino. I thought somebody would catch that. Mike caught it, too. I didn't mean to slip it in there, but I kind of did at the same time, so... Megabase gig is a thing. Meg equals 1 billion, gig is around the 2 million. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, unless you're megabasing, you don't have to do anything, like, the right way. Yeah, if you want, if you want to do that 16 iron, 8 copper, if it is working for you, DIY, it's good enough. Like small and efficient AFK farms in Minecraft, you should translate okay for my first... Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. For your first run, definitely. And if you're doing Space Age, what I would suggest, something that's kind of a problem right now, with the way these guys developed Novice, if you're doing Space Age, don't... We had the platform, the cargo landing pad was up here originally, and the science was right here, which was really hard to actually build around. So I ended up moving it over here where it's easier for trains to access it, so I can actually access space resources and put them into the train system. So what I would suggest is leave yourself more room for expansion. Don't be afraid to change stuff at all, right? Don't be afraid to change anything. Don't be afraid to tell yourself, oh, what I did before was okay, but now I could do it better, right? Let me redesign it and do something better. That's what Omen's doing right now with his he's learning how to do purple science again, because this is what he did for purple science previously. All of this stuff that he's got here was with his understanding at the time. This does not produce purple science very fast. This is one of our bottlenecks, is purple science, actually. I edited a couple of modules to try to speed it up, but his overall design is limited because he didn't do ratios. So I taught him how to use a spreadsheet to keep track of information and calculate his ratios. He could use another tool. He could use a third-party tool to do that, but by sitting down and actually doing the math himself is going to be more beneficial in the end, if that makes any sense at all. And then over here, this is Pistachio, which Pistachio couldn't get on tonight. This is another one. His whole goal was to make yellow science. So all of this is for making this yellow science down here. And the problem is that, well, not the problem, but the way he decided, he wanted to go from the ore stage all the way down to making it. And he did all of this, and he ghost built this whole thing and then turned it on. Well, the problem, once again, is that this works and it runs, but it doesn't run at the ratios that he thought it would run. So when this is running in full tilt, we actually use up the science. This thing can't keep up, is the problem, right? So That's like that's the biggest thing with that is if you don't do the math properly, you don't write down. You know how in school they tell you to show your work? This is why they tell you to show your work. Because if you write down all your numbers, you can't go wrong. Because it'll tell you if you did the math right or not. And then if you put it down and something's wrong, go back to your numbers and say, hey, this is where it's wrong. Did I do the math right? Go back and check it again. Right? That's the biggest benefit of doing the math with it. Okay, let's see. You will design an upgrade. This is part of the game, so never feel bad. Exactly, Dino. Use trains to bring supplies in bulk, but I like the organization of the bus so far. Yeah, and some people, they stay on the main bus, and they never leave the main bus. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. If you are a main bus player, you're a main bus player. If you're a spaghetti-only player, you're a spaghetti-only player. I am a circuit logic and train player, is how I would... if I were to choose to describe myself, circuit and train, hand in hand, basically. Took a blueprint book for science production. They work pretty well. Nice. And, oh, there's other people that do... They take blueprints from online that other people have already designed and use those instead of designing their own. And personally, I don't like doing that. I very rarely use other people's blueprints. I'll look at people's blueprints, but I very rarely use them in my games. I'll look at them to get inspiration, but I don't really use them myself, so... Yeah. That's just me. That's a personal preference thing. There's nothing wrong with using other people's designs at all. Rebuilding from a spaghetti mess, that's also why you're here. Oh, perfect. We like to see that. We love spaghetti, though. Nothing wrong with it, but you're absolutely wrong. Well, I didn't say that now. The first started spaghetti paradigm and mega base builder pre-DLC. I'm still trying to get through the DLC. Yeah. So, I did mega bases pre-Space Age. And I found I like them to a degree, but I didn't like that all of my mega bases looked the same. Because they all operated on the main bus logic to do stuff. So when Space Age hit, I went through and deleted all my stuff, including all of my blueprints at the time, and then I rebuilt from the ground up, because I wanted to force myself to take on a different mentality with the new tools that were granted and the new quality of life that Space Age came with. And it was the best decision I ever made. I actually like Factorio more now, post-Space Age, than I did pre-Space Age. Because I reinvented my understanding, basically, is how I see it. So... That was quite the soapbox that we were up on there. Let's go back to what we were doing here. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, and we're just going to attach. Quite simply, just attach here. Because we don't have a reason for it to bring anything else from over here, right? Build CPU-style, organized, purpose-built buses. Yeah, that might be a good way to look at it. Okay, this isn't the cleanest way to do this, but this is the way that we're going to do it right now because, again, we're making this for one purpose, and the purpose of this section is just to have all of that go through. And I'm just going to adjust the positioning of this. Actually, we're going to leave this open because it's important to leave this one open for what we're going to do. So I'm going to do a chain signal there, and then we're going to queue up a few things right here. So I'm going to do this. And we're going to come back doing this. Yes. Because our liquid wagons are a single train wide. Yep. And then here, well, again, this has a chain signal going up here. That's totally fine. Because we need that chain signal to designate that going forward. We could do a chain signal here. I don't think the chain signal is necessary. I think this is totally fine as is, as long as it's stopping it right there. Now what we need to do, though, is we have to come over here to this and stop things at that point, right? And again, we're operating on single wagon liquid wagons. So we just come over here and just kind of section this off a bit. It's not going to be a perfect spacing on the rail signal stuff here, but it doesn't need to be super perfect anyway. Yeah, we'll leave that kind of a long section right there. Okay, So this is how we're going to be providing oil to this. And now, we're not going to do it yet, because once we turn this on, this is going to run. This is going to run constantly. What we need to do now is we need to decide on how we're going to provide. That's going to be very important. So we need to have right here. We'll go this far. We need to have some stations at each of these locations, right? So we'll do one here. And we'll do, let's see here. Do one there. This is where things are going to get kind of gross for a second. But bear with me. What I need to check right now is, can I do... Yeah, that doesn't quite work right there. So we have to actually... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We had to come back like there. Which means that we have to take this whole thing back a little ways. Actually, right there's fine. Yep, that should all be good there. 48 hours save has mainly been building and improving my new factory. Perfect. That's a good place to be, I would say. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're allowing 3 stations that will provide 3 different fluids here. We could add a 4th one for the lubricant, but we could also just make lubricant on site, because all lubricant takes is just heavy oil, and you just convert it over at that point, so we don't have to actually ship lubricant unless we want to ship the lubricant. So we're going to not do that in this case. So since I've got it set up this way, give ourselves a little bit more space there, because we need to have that. Am I overthinking it? I'll load trains from each side. No, that's fine. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with loading trains from each side. You can stick with one side or do both sides. So now what we're going to do is we're going to allow trains to enter from the left, but we also want them to be allowed to enter from the right. So now we're going to do, this is going to get kind of confusing here. In fact, actually, we're gonna flip these. We're gonna come from the other direction now, because this will just be easier. So what we're gonna actually do is, because typically speaking, all of our supply is coming right to left here, and we're not planning to have it come from anywhere else over here. More inserts with more throughput. Yeah, you'll load the trains faster. That's true. That is very true. And that's a good thing. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to come out this way. Yeah, more inserters can be better, but you don't have to. You're not forced to do more inserters, if that makes any sense. So then we're going to come over like this. And then, yeah, we'll have to adjust this a little bit. So we're going to actually just remove that entirely. And then we're going to do a chain signal here that can dispatch in these directions. And then we'll just section off there. Ooh, it's very close right there. But that should be fine as is. Right. Then we only need this to actually join back on to returning to the flow of traffic, which is going to be a bit of a pain. Unless we come out a little ways. So we're going to do that. And the reason we want to do this, again, is because we want to make sure that we can actually go through cleanly here. And now here, we want to allow trains to come through, but only if we can actually make it through, right? So then we're going to just section here and here. And then we're going to put this right here, coming up, dividing it into single locomotive, single wagon, and that just came out perfectly right there. That's awesome. Okay. Filming place looks like it was split with the normal signal. Do I? Where'd I go? Yeah, split should be fine. No, that should be fine. To the right, do I need one? No, it's fine because that's allowing for the double ones. What, this one? Next one. This one. Why this? Why does this one need a chain? That should be fine. You have a split on the left. Yeah, it's splitting right there. I don't see the problem. To the left of that signal is a split. Right. But since this one... So... This is going to stop here anyway. So we're only really checking if there's like a single wagon directly ahead right now. Because this one, I guess I could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Why not? We can try that. That's not bad. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll see if that breaks anything. I don't think it'll break anything, though. I think it should be fine. Thank you for the suggestion, Dino. Alright, let's see now. Let's go... Oops. Yep, so now we just want these. Relatively the same spot for these ones. And then we'll just add a pipe up. Wow, that was terrible. Wait. Did I cut that? Whoops. Oh, that's okay, I'll just copy this now. There we go. Okay. And then this will require... some of that. Some regular... Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never had a problem with it yet, but I believe you, so we'll set that there just to be safe. Just to be safe. Okay, so now what I need to do is we need to do kind of similar to what we did over here, where we have all of our different liquids being provided. So this one, I just set a constant combinator to indicate that we have these being provided to the whole network. So I'm just going to copy that bit because that's just important to have on the red signal there. And when we disconnect this is going to go away as well. And then we can just add this right here, which is just kind of the little gateway thing. So I'm just going to copy all of this. It's going to come up here. And we'll go off of this as a template, essentially. Because this is just for the, governing the light oil, right? Okay, so with all of this in mind, we only want to request stuff when we can actually provide the stuff, right? So, as we do that, it's very important for us to make sure that we are keeping the right track over here. So I'm going to now copy this, and we're going to do 1, 2, 3. We're going to change this to be heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum. And this one, we were doing each before, but now we're just going to do, because we're combining stuff, so this is going to be petroleum, divide by 50. This is going to be the light oil, divide by 50. And this is going to be the heavy oil, divide by 50. We have to do this because we're going to be mixing signals a little bit there. Big fan of circuit logic, it seems. You could say that, yeah. You could say that. I do like it. Yes, we'll do that. And then we have our... As long as that signal's not on, we let the limit pass through. But But now that we have all this stuff, there is a small chance that we might want to limit our train limit stuff. Small. Very small. Because now we're dealing with a high traffic zone. Okay, hold on. Pause on that one. Okay. You believe you're ready.
Yes.
How much faith do you have?
I'm not gonna say I'm 100%. I'm probably gonna sit around that 80%.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So, walk me through it. Tell me what you got.
All right, so we already got this straight over here. We did that together.
Yes.
Actually, I think I have like one extra machine, but that still doesn't hurt nothing. So going on to prod mod ones, each machine is creating one a second,
Okay.
which is totaling up to 5. Which, from our spreadsheet, we needed like 4.39 per second.
Mm-hmm.
So what I ended up doing is these create red chips here create at 2.5 a second, and I needed 3.3.
Okay.
So these are going to be creating a little bit extra as like a backfill, in case, like, for like you were talking about scenarios where if I'm not going to have constant flow like I am here in this test world and stuff like that. And I've got 5 sets of them. So I only need 4.39, so having the extra set will also help offset, hopefully, in those situations.
Uh-huh.
Coming down here to the wires, they're all 3 of these are
Logic.
creating a 54 a second,
Nope, not for me, not
which is all feeding just for
Oh,
these
you don't
2.
like
And then
redstone?
I have 2 other ones at 54 a
I
second,
think redstone's
which
really fun.
will feed these 5.
Uh-huh. I like the
Because they need
Minecraft
6.66
computer craft
each.
mod, by the way. I think
And
that's
then I did the
super
math
fun
on
to
that
use.
one to figure out that
I
needed
almost
2,
can't
not
play
just
without
1.
it because I like it so much.
And then the same thing with the iron here for these 2.
Okay.
So in theory, according to the math, this should work.
Okay. Now, what about your furnaces?
So same outcome with the furnaces like with the prod mods, was 4.39. Right now I got these furnaces setting. These 2 are at 112. These 2 don't. I forgot to put the beacon over here. Son of a turd nugget. It's fine. Hold on, I can do that math real quick. I got 2 at 1.12. It's 2.24. It's not going to be enough. I need to get my other beacon in here. No, those 2 aren't going to funnel in there.
Mm-hmm.
Seto, you'd be proud of me. I set up rocket production or rocket fuel production.
You did not.
I did.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay. While he's fixing that, let's have a look at it. What you got? What's your solution for the rocket fuel? Hey, look at that!
Yeah.
Yeah, so rocket fuel production on Aquilo is, like, stupid easy. It's so nice. And did you see, like, how much you get? How fast it is?
Oh yeah, it's nice.
It's glorious. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Especially because, since you have all of those module slots, you could even ramp up the productivity even more if you wanted to, or like you did, just cram in a whole bunch of speed modules and just send it to the stratosphere.
Yeah. Whereas I figure I'm only going to use these 2, and we're providing for 6, so it should be able to keep up with the 6.
Did you do the math?
rough math in my head.
Tim,
I didn't do the real math.
pull out the spreadsheet, Tim. Give into it.
Oh my gosh, I don't have a spreadsheet.
Do you have a web browser?
I do.
You have a spreadsheet.
I have actually. Did you see? Did you see that link I sent you? You can look at it later.
Yeah, I saw. I messaged you back. Did you even read what I said?
No, I didn't even see what you said.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. I like it. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I gotta go back to Omen.
He doesn't even go here.
I know. He's not even in the game with us. What the heck? He's in his own game.
I know. What the heck? Why does
You
he
shut
hate
your
us?
face.
Very
Tim.
binary coding. Yeah, honestly, combinators are also
I've been
quite
working
binary.
diligently on this project.
They're
Thank you very
quite
much.
binary. There's a lot of like
Sure you
cool things
have.
with it too, but you know, it's largely binary and like its execution, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, Redstone is awesome. I love Redstone, and computer craft is my favorite. Oh, I love computer craft. All right, so carrying on with your furnaces, what have you determined with the math?
Okay. So not having the beacon here made my math like not where I needed to be, but having the beacon here for these two
Mm-hmm.
puts me at like 4.48 a second. I only need 4.39 a second. So it's a tiny bit over. It's not the dead on, but as you said, it's always better to be a tiny bit over than under.
Is that what he says?
It's literally what he told me earlier.
Not that exact phrasing. If that's
I'm
what
just
you're
I'm
asking,
just
though.
messing with you.
If you're insinuating an innuendo with that, it wasn't that particular phrasing. Okay, you calm down.
Anyway, as you can see, I did a little bit of testing with my wires here just to make sure all that was done. I came to the conclusion that I only needed one of these to be able to feed 9 machines. So 6.66
Okay.
times 9.
So, do you have this routing
No, it's
out
3.33.
now, like to the science and all that?
I've got to get this finalized routing. Which that's not going to take me but a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
Probably should have done that before I even said anything. My bad.
I thought you said you were done.
The moment you said about routing, I was like, crap.
Oh man.
But like I said, the routing isn't going to take me that long.
Well, let's get the routing done. Let's see this thing fire.
Keep running out of routing.
Omen, please go fix that. Omen, please. Omen, turn around.
What?
Your underground belts were completely the opposite of what you were thinking. No. Omen, stop. Stop. Go back. Is that actually taking in your belt? Thank you. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Wrong way.
Breathe. Breathe. Steady.
Yes, sir. Alright, I gotta get that over.
Because the true test with this is seeing the whole thing turn on and then seeing do all of your science machines run the whole time. Like under an ideal load where you are consuming as much as you are producing, do the machines run all the time? Because then that means, okay, this runs as long as you have resources for it, basically. And the only thing that's going to stop it is if you're not eating it up anymore, and this factory can sit for a bit, but then it can continue to produce out that, right?
Right.
I don't think he does use the hotbar. Sometimes I'll use the hotbar, other times I don't as much. Usually it's that I forget to set up my hotbar because I get lazy sometimes. But he's on a test world right now, so he probably hasn't set up his hotbar the way that he could.
Could be everything. Now it's gonna go through and actually.
But yeah, I don't remember. I don't know if his hotbar's populated when he's playing with us. I know Mobius like basically never uses his hotbar. If you go look at his stream and look at his hotbar, you'll see it's basically blank. Something to think about on that one. Yeah, hotbar is pretty nice. I like the hotbar. And just so for context, he's working on a build right now for Purple Science that he's hoping is reaching like... what did we say on the spreadsheet? We worked on a little spreadsheet thing before. I guess this is the output he was looking for. I was thinking he would go for more like an even 1,500, but I think this is what he had decided because that's how many science machines he had put in already. So he's trying to hit this target of 40 science machines operating constantly, essentially. So that's kind of what we're hoping he's hitting, but we'll see. But now he's connecting everything. He's turning it on now. So we'll see if this actually reaches that level. I see it's beginning.
What's beginning?
Omen's thing. You think I'm paying attention to you right now, Tim?
Nope. I wasn't paying attention to you either. I was asking what was going on.
Yeah, you literally contradicted yourself because you just asked what was going on because you were paying attention to me. All right, never try to argue that again. Okay, never try to argue that again. I swear to you, I'll end you. I'll end your existence.
So violent.
You're the one that started a fight with me. Don't even start. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
It's true. I did start a fight with you.
Yeah, I'm not pistachio. I don't roll over.
Whatever could you mean by that?
I don't know. But no, I'm just Omen's connecting up all of his stuff on his science production thing, and he's turning it on, so we're gonna see if it's actually running at full tilt here.
I like it.
You've got a backup of your purple science, though, that you'll need to address that.
Yeah. Give me a second on that.
For sure.
Trying to figure out stone brick. Damn it.
Uh-oh, what happened? He's coming apart at the seams. Oh no.
Not really.
Okay, I just want to point out, like I said before, there is no wrong way to do things.
Just that little bit of fine-tuning things that I forgot about. That's all.
Your top right furnace still isn't running.
Oh.
There you go. Yep. Okay. Well, time to see if it flies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now what you got to do, like I said, you got to go clear off the science that's on the belt so that this constantly runs and doesn't stop from a build-up. There we go. Okay, yep. Now all that's left to do is just to zoom out and see if everything is running. Are all the lights turning on? Is there anything that's not running there?
Now it's just kind of like right here.
Yeah, well, that's because, so everything that you've got is feeding, the new stuff at least is feeding right to left, but your rails are feeding left to right now. So it's going to start on the right side, and if you've done it correctly, the one problem you might have here that might take longer is that you're using stack inserters, which it saturates the belt more, but it also means that there's less of it traveling down the belt at a time. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So since it's not spread out over the belt, it's going to take longer to actually see the effects of it. And subsequently, it will take longer to reach the levels that has all of your machines producing. So if you wanted to like speed up that process, switch out your stack inserters for your providing bits to like green the bulk inserters, because then they don't stack them as high and they spread them out over the belt more, and they'll reach more of the buildings. Does that make sense?
Right. So you're talking about just the ones that are actually like pushing the end product.
Yeah. Because normally it is good to have that condensing when it comes to putting everything onto the belt. But when you're first starting this, you're not going to see it really reaching the rest of it until you've, built up to enough of a capacity. And if you did the math right, you should be slightly overproducing, which means that you should see, results faster if you just opt away from the stack inserters. And then once you have things more full, things are running, then you can do stack inserters to give even more of a buffer on the belts and use the belts as a storage for that buffer.
Well, it helps if I make sure everything's hooked up too.
Well, sure, yeah.
Ow.
All right, I'm
There's the
seeing
prod
some happy
mods.
prod mods coming. Mm-hmm. Yep, and that appears to all be running as intended. So yeah, see how it's spread out more on the belt and it goes through here. So now this is the other thing, because we haven't circuit controlled the manifolds here. The manifolds will prioritize start to end. So in this case, your rails prioritize left to right, and your prod mods and your furnaces prioritize right to left. The problem with that is that it's going to take a while to actually have these guys reach all of these running, because they'll not only be prioritizing those machines running, they're going to prioritize filling up. So you have to kind of wait for the first split to fill up, then you'll have to wait for the second split to fill up to have the percentages even out, right?
Right.
So here's a little challenge you can think of while this is kind of running and trying to go through. How do you think you could adjust that so that the splits will only provide enough for the machines down the line, and then let everything else go through to provide to the machines going forward?
So I tried dabbling with that before, and it was literally I was just putting a wire to the belt from the splitter to the belt, but I couldn't get it to work properly.
Okay, what was it that you tried? Show me what you tried. Because we know this isn't going to reach full tilt, so you messing with it isn't going to affect anything. It's going to reach full tilt eventually, but it's going to take it a while anyway, right? Because you can see there, now the second row has filled up, so the third one will then begin to fill up, and then vice versa as it goes down farther and farther.
Yeah, let me do it.
But we can speed up this process if we look at one lane and make a decision on that one, and then we can copy it to the rest of them. So when you look at this, what was it you tried to do?
That's not going to work because that's only one.
Good morning, Mick.
Keep it. I was trying to control it just by this, but because they're like, it would theoretically work with the rail side of things.
It should work with all
But
of
as
it.
we can also, as you can see, I probably won't ever really be hurting with rails that much. But it won't work with this because it's two separate items.
Okay. Why should that matter?
Because this only has like this says to enable that for one item.
Right, yeah. So turning it off completely isn't a good idea because you might be starving it of something else, right?
Correct.
And reading off of just the belt alone means that you're only reading one value, right?
Right.
So if you were to read a particular value, what is a value you think that you could read that would make it so that you only have to read one value to determine if all of those machines are working? Or the machines in question are working? Because really, when you're looking at this half split, it's not feeding machines to. It's not feeding machines on both sides. It's only feeding machines on one side, right?
So should I wire from the splitter to the machines instead?
That's a great idea. Give that a try. Yeah, let's see what that does for us.
Oh, Seto.
What?
The first 1,000 cryoscience are back at novice.
Okay. Give me a second. Oh, actually, you can set a science if you want. You just have to... You have to get it down to the surface in like an automatic fashion, like I did.
Yeah.
And then add it onto the science belt stuff. And then you can pick a research to do. Because you're on Aquilo, so the research is mainly stuff that you can do right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I'm seeing here, it's got to share a belt with something, correct?
Yes. It has to go on with something. You have to determine which one that is. Because there should be space for one, you just have to figure out where that space is going.
Yeah, there's space on the orange belt. I'm just trying to figure out the Okay.
Well, is there, or is the orange belt supposed to be sharing with something else?
Oh, I didn't realize that there was.
Yeah, so check that. So see where the orange belt is merging on, or the orange science merges on.
Yeah.
No. To the right. See where like all the other science, the planet science is coming from, right? The red, the green, all that. So follow it up and see if that actually has something up there, or if that's just a legacy thing. And that's all stuff that came from the retrofit. That has to be added in at some point. That won't be a big deal. I can do that in a bit.
Yeah, it looks like it's a legacy thing because it's coming out of iron chest or a steel chest.
Perfect. Okay. As long as that's the case, you can then add your new science onto that belt from the cargo platform.
Yeah.
However you want to decide to do that, basically.
Yeah.
And you can just leave that. I'll pull it out in a bit. Okay, Omen, so what are we thinking now? Now that you've wired up to these machines and what you're seeing, what's something that you could do here?
Well, I have the read ingredients checked, which it outputs the ingredients required for the currently configured recipe.
Okay. How could you use that information, and then how could you make a decision with said information? So you can think about it a bit. I'm gonna run and grab myself a drink and check in on kids and stuff. So you got like a couple minutes here. Think about that a bit. When I come back, have some sort of an answer, and then we can kind of go from there. Okay.
With you're saying a decision, it makes me think of the cider combinator.
That is something you could do. That is an option. So consider that and just move forward with that. I'll be right back. We're gonna do a 24-hour stream today, right? Yeah, not today. No, I wish.
Wait.
No,
I
this
was wrong.
today won't work. This weekend, maybe. It just depends on some other factors, but I need to go check on kids, and I need to get myself a soda because I've been soda deprived for a second here, so we're gonna fix that right now. But let me go check in on some stuff here. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna have you guys kind of keep an eye on Omen, make sure he doesn't do anything too crazy. He's working on a problem right now for a science build to kind of make everything balance out. It's sort of starting to catch up here, but then we're gonna do something to make it more equidistant across the board there. So nuke the planet. Oh yes, hack it. Yes, of course, naturally. Okay, I'll be right back, gentlemen. I'll be right back. Give me just 2 shakes and a whistle. Good news, it's midnight, so they're all asleep. They're all sleeping peacefully, thankfully. So we're back. Okay. Now we can discuss with Omen how to approach this problem here. Ooh! So he's busted out a decider combinator. There is a simpler way to do this. That I already had an idea of. But let's see what he's got, okay? Alright. What do we think so far?
Well, I've got, like I said, I got the splitter connected to all 4 machines, and then I went ahead and threw the decider combinator connected to the splitter and the 4 machines.
Right.
And it's like, I keep always messing up my greater than and less than. I don't know why I always do this.
That's okay. So, tell me just in your own words what it is that what's your decision that you're making, and what is the result of said decision? Like what's the idea you're trying to translate here?
So each craft needs, we go up here, so it's 30 rails, 1 furnace, 1 prod mod. So I've got 4 machines on this circuit, so I would need 120 rails, 4 furnaces, and 4 prod mods.
Right.
Wait a minute. I don't need to do the rails on this one because the rails are on a separate belt.
Right.
So that can go away.
Okay. So what's the output that's going to happen here? Like what is it that we're thinking with this?
Output is creation of this.
Also, just disclaimer, I know his wiring is wrong. I'm trying to let him figure stuff out here, but he's kind of overcomplicating the problem right now. But let's see what he comes up with on his own, because this is very important right now. So, without looking at the circuit logic stuff, just in your own words and your own determination, what is it that you're trying to do? Like, so you're reading the amount that you need, like, for each craft in each item, putting it all together. So, what's the decision? What does the splitter up ahead do based on those numbers?
So essentially, what I'm trying to have it do is I'm trying to have it have enough for each one to be able to do one craft at a time.
I'm trying to figure out how to get those drones over to me, but they're in a steel chest, so I'm not gonna mess with your system, Seto.
They're in a steel chest because you can't mess with them.
I'm gonna
Now,
go
what-
take 200 of the uncommon ones.
Just go pulling off Fulgora, honestly.
Oh, is there drone set up on Fulgora right now?
There should be. I mean, he's got how many drones?
Oh.
Or do you mean
Well,
like
no, I want
quality drones?
I need quality drones.
No, those are mine. Go away.
for. Yeah, all right, but
No,
Watch
no.
this.
It's okay. You can take some. You'll just have
I
yeah,
do
just
need to go.
just put down a provider chest on it. It'll be fine.
That's okay. And then I need to go to Gleva to fix the science over there because I need science.
Oh, you're going to fix that.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to, but
Okay. You get to experience the inner workings of my mind over there now. Good luck.
yeah, it's gonna be a.
I
Well, because
I'd get some artillery
I-
over there, just saying.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. But I don't have any way to without getting the fusion reactors going. I don't have any way to off the hot fluoroketone
Oh yeah, that's true.
except for into cold fluoroketone, and that
Yeah.
process, the cycle doesn't work
Yeah.
like that.
Well, good luck with that. Like I said, I would get some artillery over there first, and then defend said artillery, clear out the area, then you can get things back rolling together.
Yeah.
Alright. So what are we thinking of this omen at this time?
My brain is telling me if I try to limit it just to one craft each, it's going to kind of everything's going to end up like just funneling down to the bottom, and the top machines aren't going to end up being working.
Except that you're reading from the machines themselves, so it's only going off of what's inside of the machine. Right? So click on your first
Right.
assembler there again. So right now you are reading ingredients, but have you noticed how many ingredients are actually in the machine right now?
Over what it needs.
So now go back to your combinator. What's your combinator reading?
31 and 1.
Does that look correct to you?
No.
Okay. So what do you think is happening right now?
Like this is correct because this is the exactly what it needs to be crafted.
Okay.
This is not correct. It's still pulling in.
Hmm.
Gotta connect the wires up to the freaking inserters too.
You know what, Mick? Where's your legendary everything, alright? You tell me that right now, and then we'll talk, okay? So, are we trying to control the machines at the assembly machine level, or are we trying to control the flow at the splitter level right now? What's the mentality?
Well, the initial part was to do it by the splitter.
Okay. So why not still do it by the splitter? Okay, I think you're floundering a little bit here. So, You don't
Very
have to.
much so.
You do not have to wire to the belt. You can if you want to read the belt, but I'm telling you right now, it is not necessary to wire to that belt. You can go off of the information inside of the assembly machines. But the information you're reading right now is just the craft itself and the ingredients that it's requiring. You're not actually reading the contents of the machine. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh.
So I would do that now. You can go ahead and uncheck the read ingredients because that'll add extra numbers to it that you don't need. Now, when you read the contents and including crafting, you are reading everything in the machine, including what is being used right now that cannot be pulled out of the machine. Alright, now, go back over to your combinator and let's look at the numbers again. That's more like it now. That's telling you what's actually on that machine. It's only on one machine, but that's telling you everything that's in the machine right now. So, what do we know about this?
Well, this is less than. I need to change that to.
Well, okay, so I'm not talking about the combinator itself. Just what do we know based on the input signals that you see right there? What is it that we're reading right now?
Oh, that it's got more than what it needs. So it should only have 31 and 1.
I mean, yes, but look at it more from a general perspective. What is the information that has been provided to us on that wire?
It's showing the full content, even the little blip of the purple science.
It's showing us the ingredients within that one machine, right?
Yeah.
So
even though I got wires
to
all
get an
four.
accurate read of this, we'd actually want to read from all of the machines, right?
Right.
So what do we do?
And I've already got a wire to them.
That's fantastic, but are you reading from all of them?
Oh, not yet. No.
Okay.
Now
So,
I am.
okay, now you've got all the information here. So there's a couple different things that we can do here. One of them is that, typically speaking, these machines will keep a buffer of so many crafts for like I think they go off of time with it. So you'll notice that if you click on one machine, just any of those machines, doesn't matter which one, you'll notice that it has like a lot in there, right? But you'll notice that as it goes down, it doesn't get immediately filled up unless it's the rails, because the rails have a lot going through, right?
Right.
So it goes down to a certain amount before it then has the stack inserters grab more and then chuck those in, right?
Right.
So you can sit here and determine, okay, what is the point that it starts to request more, right? When does it want to be fed more?
When it gets down to having enough left for one craft.
Okay,
At least in the rail standards.
sure. So we're looking at this right now. And again, it slowly goes down. You're getting the productivity off of it, which is good. That's great. But of course, the productivity is slowing it down as well, too, right?
Right.
So we're trying to solve the problem of evenly feeding all these machines and offsetting the
Yeah, every
cost
time
of
it
a
gets close
manifold
to having
system.
like 30 rails left, it pulls more rails in.
Okay? So that's a good sign. That gives you like a general number, but it's not quite 30, right? So we're probably
Right.
going to see something when the furnaces hit a certain number. So what you can do is you can go down to that certain number, which is the top level of the buffer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to come down. Might trigger it too. We'll see here. Oh, maybe not. Does it have enough to even fill it? Because I don't know which level you're at. Is it the top one? It's the top one.
Well, it's grabbing now.
It's grabbing now, but we don't know when that started. That's the big thing. So you got to go down to a lower one. One that has like items that are being provided to it fully, so we know exactly the moment that it tries to grab more. So this is perfect right here. Because our furnaces are the lowest ones, so we'll see when it